Welcome to Sleep for Stories. Thank you for joining us on this relaxing and mysterious journey. Let us know in the comments where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, give this video a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any future tales. Wishing you a peaceful listening experience and a restful sleep. The city lights were now just a distant memory, fading into the warm embrace of the night. As the lone traveler moved deeper into the forest, they felt the weight of the world slipping away, each step carrying them further from the noise and chaos of their everyday life. The air here was different, cool, crisp, and alive with the scent of pine and damp earth. Every breath was a reminder that they were entering a world far removed from the one they knew. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, rustling leaves that seemed to murmur in a language forgotten by time. The traveler paused, closing their eyes for a moment, allowing the forest symphony to wash over them. There was a rhythm here, a slow, steady beat that pulsed with the life of the ancient woods. The world felt timeless, as if the forest had stood untouched for centuries, waiting for a visitor to hear its hidden stories. Opening their eyes, they took in the scene before them. The moon hung low, a perfect silver disk casting a gentle glow over the treetops. Its light filtered through the branches, illuminating patches of the forest floor in soft, dappled patterns. Shadows danced in the corners of their vision, shifting and blending into the darkness, as if the forest itself was alive, breathing and moving in harmony with the night. The trees were tall and ancient, their trunks thick and twisted with age. Some were covered in moss, their bark rough and gnarled, each one unique, like silent sentinels guarding the secrets of the forest. The branches overhead formed a natural archway, a winding path leading further into the heart of the woods. It was a path both inviting and mysterious, urging the traveler to step forward, to venture deeper into the unknown. The traveler felt a strange pull, an unspoken invitation to explore. Their footsteps were soft, barely audible on the forest floor. The ground was carpeted in fallen leaves, damp and earthy underfoot. With each step, they felt more connected to the land, as if the forest was drawing them into its embrace, welcoming them as one of its own. They took a slow, steady breath, savoring the rich aroma of the woods. The scent of decaying leaves, wet soil, and something else, something ancient and elusive. It was a scent that spoke of memories buried deep, of secrets whispered under the cover of night, of tales that had faded with the passing of time. As they continued along the narrow path, they noticed a faint mist beginning to creep along the ground, swirling around their ankles. The mist was cool and damp, clinging to the air like a shroud, adding an ethereal quality to the forest. It moved in gentle waves, twisting and curling around the trees as if it had a life of its own. The path led them deeper into the mist, each step a journey further into mystery. After a while, they came upon an enormous tree standing alone at the end of the path. This tree was unlike any they had seen before. Its trunk was thick and wide, its bark dark and weathered, covered in strange symbols carved long ago. Some were faded, their edges softened by time, while others were sharp and clear, as if freshly etched. The symbols seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, their lines twisting and curling in patterns that defied understanding. The traveler reached out, their fingers brushing against the rough bark. It was cool to the touch, rough and ancient, a texture that spoke of countless seasons past. The symbols felt almost alive under their fingertips, as if the tree itself held memories, stories that had been whispered into its bark over the centuries. They closed their eyes, pressing their palm against the tree, and for a moment they felt as though they could hear something, a faint whisper, just at the edge of hearing. It was a sound both familiar and strange, like the echo of a voice they had once known but long forgotten. The whisper grew clearer, weaving through the night air, carrying fragments of words, of stories left untold. Opening their eyes, they took a step back, gazing up at the towering tree. It loomed above them, its branches reaching out like arms, stretching toward the sky. The moonlight cast shadows along its surface, highlighting the symbols in a pale, ghostly glow. They felt a shiver run down their spine, a mixture of awe and curiosity, as if they were standing in the presence of something far greater than themselves. This tree, they realized, was more than just a part of the forest. It was a witness to the passage of time, a keeper of secrets, a silent observer of the world. And in this moment, they were a part of that world, a part of the story the tree had been waiting to tell. The traveler took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the night settle around them. The forest was quiet now, the only sounds the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of an owl. They felt a sense of calm, a deep peace that resonated within them, as if the forest itself had accepted them, had invited them to stay and listen to its stories. And so they stood there, under the pale light of the moon, surrounded by the whispers of the forest, the secrets of the tree, and the quiet, steady rhythm of the night. They knew that this was only the beginning, that there were more stories to be uncovered, more secrets to be revealed. And as they took a step forward, deeper into the heart of the forest, they felt a quiet thrill, a sense of wonder at the journey that lay ahead. The traveler stood before the ancient tree, its rough bark covered in symbols that seemed to pulse faintly in the moonlight. They could feel a strange, almost magnetic pull from the tree, a silent call beckoning them to listen, to understand. The symbols etched into the bark whispered of stories, secrets woven into the fibers of the tree, waiting to be heard by someone who would understand. As they gazed up, the traveler noticed the mist that had been swirling at their feet was now creeping further into the forest, creating a silvery path that seemed to invite them deeper. Each tendril of mist wound around the tree roots, curling and stretching, like soft fingers reaching out to guide them forward. The mist was dense, clinging to the ground, turning the forest floor into a ghostly river of pale light. Stepping cautiously, the traveler moved forward, each step careful and slow. The world felt muted here, the usual forest sounds softened, as if the mist had wrapped the night in a blanket of silence. The only sound was their own breathing, a steady rhythm that seemed loud against the quiet. They followed the misty path, their footsteps sinking into the soft earth, each step releasing the rich scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. There was something soothing in the silence, something that made them feel both at peace and on edge, as if they were walking between two worlds, the world of the living and a world long forgotten. As they walked, they noticed the shapes of the trees growing stranger, their branches twisting in odd angles, their trunks leaning as if whispering secrets to each other. Some branches arched overhead, forming natural archways, while others reached out toward the path, like silent sentinels guarding a forbidden road. The mist clung to the trunks, draping them in an eerie shroud, giving the forest an otherworldly feel. The traveler paused, looking around, their gaze drifting over the shadows that seemed to dance at the edges of their vision. It was as if the forest was alive, each tree and shadow holding a piece of an untold story, a fragment of something lost to time. They felt a shiver, not of fear, but of awe, as if they were standing on sacred ground, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. After a few more steps, the traveler reached another ancient tree, similar to the first but even larger, its roots twisting deep into the earth like the fingers of a giant. This tree was different, though. Its bark was smoother, almost polished, and there were no symbols etched into its surface. Instead, there were faint patterns, natural markings that looked like eyes, watching silently from the dark bark. The traveler felt compelled to reach out, their fingers brushing against the tree's cool surface. As their hand touched the bark, a faint warmth spread through their fingers, a gentle pulse, as if the tree itself had a heartbeat. They closed their eyes, letting the sensation wash over them, feeling a strange connection to the ancient wood. With their eyes closed, they could hear a faint sound, like the murmur of a distant river or the whisper of wind through leaves, but it was neither water nor wind. It was something older, something that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth. It was a voice, soft and low, carrying words they could not understand, yet felt deep within their bones. The voice was gentle, almost comforting, a sound that spoke of the passing of ages, of seasons turning, of roots digging deep into the soil. It was a song without words, a lullaby for the forest, a reminder of the quiet strength that lay beneath the earth. They felt as if they were hearing the forest's own heartbeat, a slow, steady rhythm that had pulsed through the ages, unchanged and unbroken. Opening their eyes, they looked around, half expecting to see someone standing beside them, a shadow or a figure hidden in the mist. But there was no one, only the trees, silent and watchful, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. They took a deep breath, feeling the cool night air fill their lungs, grounding them in the moment, anchoring them in the present. The mist continued to swirl around them, a soft, silvery river flowing through the forest, guiding them deeper. The path seemed to stretch endlessly, winding between the trees, disappearing into the darkness beyond. The traveler felt a strange sense of calm, as if the forest was cradling them, guiding them gently, showing them the way. With each step, they felt the forest growing around them, embracing them, its shadows and secrets weaving into their mind like a gentle lullaby. They moved forward, their footsteps soft and steady, following the path that seemed to have no end, no beginning, a journey into the unknown. In the quiet of the night, with only the soft murmur of the trees and the whisper of the mist for company, they felt a peace that was unlike anything they had ever known. It was a peace born of the earth, of roots and stones, of the ancient, unchanging rhythms of nature. And as they walked, they felt as if they were becoming a part of that rhythm, a part of the forest's endless song. They paused once more, gazing up at the trees, feeling their presence, their silent strength. The mist curled around their feet, cool and soft, a reminder that they were not alone, that the forest was with them, watching, guiding. They took a deep breath, letting the night fill their senses, letting the quiet seep into their bones. And with a final glance at the ancient tree behind them, they continued down the misty path, each step carrying them deeper into the heart of the forest, deeper into the unknown. As the traveler continued along the mist-covered path, they felt the air growing cooler, as if a hidden current of water was nearby. The ground beneath their feet softened, and the earthy scent of the forest gave way to a faint, fresh aroma, something crisp and pure. The mist around them thickened, swirling in soft, silvery waves that danced under the moonlight. Then, through the haze, they saw it. A faint glow in the distance, shimmering softly like the reflection of stars upon glass. The traveler's breath caught, a quiet thrill coursing through them as they moved closer. Each step felt lighter, as if they were floating toward the light, drawn by an unspoken promise of wonder. As they approached, the mist parted to reveal a narrow river winding through the forest. The water was still and glassy, a perfect mirror reflecting the trees and sky above. But there was something unusual about this river. Its surface glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting a silvery radiance that illuminated the forest in a gentle, dreamlike glow. It was as if the stars themselves had descended from the sky, embedding their light in the water below. The traveler knelt at the river's edge, mesmerized by the shimmering surface. They reached out a hand, their fingers just grazing the cool water. The sensation was unlike anything they had ever felt, a tingle that spread from their fingertips up their arm, a quiet hum of energy that resonated within them. It was as if the water held a life of its own, a gentle pulse that echoed the heartbeat of the forest. Looking closer, they noticed faint images in the water, shadows and shapes that seemed to drift just below the surface. At first, they thought it was a trick of the light, reflections of the trees or clouds. But as they watched, the shapes grew clearer, forming into scenes, fragments of memories from a time long past. The traveler held their breath, captivated by the visions in the water. They saw glimpses of figures moving through the trees, voices carried by the wind, laughter and whispers that seemed to echo from another world. It was as if the river held the memories of all who had passed this way, a repository of forgotten stories, moments lost to time. One image lingered longer than the others, a young woman standing at the river's edge, her face partially obscured by a veil of mist. She looked out across the water, her expression one of quiet sorrow, as if she were waiting for something or someone. Her hand reached out, just as the traveler's had, her fingers grazing the water's surface in a gesture of longing. The traveler felt a pang of emotion, a strange connection to this unknown figure. It was as if they too were searching for something just beyond their reach. The vision faded, the woman's figure dissolving into ripples that danced across the water, leaving only the soft glow and the faint, silvery light. They sat back, gazing at the river, their mind filled with questions. Who was she? What had she been searching for? And why did they feel as if they had seen her before, known her in some distant, forgotten way? The river flowed on, quiet and serene, a silent witness to the lives and memories it carried within its depths. The traveler watched as the water sparkled and glimmered, each ripple a testament to the countless souls who had come and gone, leaving their stories behind in the gentle currents. They felt a deep sense of peace, a calm that seemed to seep into their bones, grounding them in the present while connecting them to the past. It was as if they had become a part of the river, a part of the endless stream of life that flowed through the forest, carrying with it the echoes of those who had come before. The traveler closed their eyes, listening to the soft murmur of the water, the gentle sound that was both familiar and strange. It was a lullaby, a song of the earth, a reminder of the beauty and mystery of life. And as they sat by the river, they felt the quiet strength of the forest, the enduring presence of a world that existed beyond time, beyond memory. After a while they rose, taking one last look at the glowing river, feeling its quiet energy resonate within them. They knew that this was just one part of the forest's story, one piece of a much larger puzzle, a tapestry woven from countless lives and moments. With a final glance at the shimmering water, the traveler turned back to the path, their steps light and steady as they continued deeper into the forest, drawn by the whispers of secrets yet to be revealed. The traveler left the glowing river behind, feeling a quiet peace settle within them. They continued along the path, the mist thinning as they ventured deeper into the forest. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of water, a gentle reminder that they were nearing another hidden secret of this ancient wood. As they walked, the trees around them began to change. The dense thickets gave way to a more open space, where the moonlight filtered down through the branches, casting silvery beams that illuminated the forest floor. It was as if the forest itself was guiding them, revealing a path only meant for those willing to see. In the distance, through the thin veil of mist, they glimpsed the shimmer of water, a vast expanse that lay still and silent under the night sky. The traveler's heart quickened, a quiet thrill coursing through them as they approached the edge of the lake. This wasn't just any body of water. It felt ancient, as if it had been here since the beginning of time, a witness to the secrets of the earth. The lake was a perfect mirror, its surface so still that it reflected the stars and moon in a flawless, otherworldly tableau. The water was dark and deep, like liquid obsidian, holding a mysterious beauty that was both inviting and intimidating. It was a beauty that spoke of hidden depths, of secrets that lay just beyond the reach of understanding. The traveler knelt at the edge of the lake, gazing into the still water. There was something captivating about it, a magnetic pull that urged them to look closer. The surface was like glass, smooth and untouched, reflecting their own face along with the vast night sky above. For a moment, they felt as if they were staring into another world, a world that existed just beneath the surface, hidden from view, They reached out, their fingers hovering just above the water, hesitant to disturb the perfect stillness. But as they extended their hand, a ripple spread across the lake, breaking the reflection into shimmering fragments. The ripple expanded, creating gentle waves that seemed to breathe with a life of their own, as if the lake itself was waking from a deep slumber. Then, through the gentle ripples, the traveler saw something, a figure, faint and ethereal, moving beneath the surface. It was a woman, her form barely visible, shrouded in the shadows of the water. Her movements were slow and graceful, as if she were drifting through a dream, her presence both haunting and beautiful. The traveler's breath caught, captivated by the vision. The woman seemed to look up, her eyes meeting theirs through the barrier of water. Her gaze was intense, filled with a depth of emotion that defied words. It was a look of recognition, as if she knew them, as if she had been waiting for them for centuries. Without a word, the traveler felt a connection, a thread that linked them to this mysterious figure. It was as if their souls were reaching out to one another, bridging the gap between worlds. The lake, with its silent depths, had become a portal, a place where the past and present collided, where memories and dreams merged. The woman extended a hand, her fingers reaching out, beckoning the traveler to come closer. There was something in her gaze, a longing, a plea, as if she were bound to the lake, trapped in its depths, waiting for someone to set her free. The traveler felt a pull, an urge to reach out, to take her hand, to enter the water and join her in her world of shadows and dreams. But as they reached forward, a sudden chill washed over them, a warning that resonated deep within their bones. The lake, which had seemed so calm and inviting, now held an edge of danger, a reminder that some secrets were not meant to be uncovered. The woman's form began to fade, her hand dissolving into the ripples, her gaze lingering for a moment before disappearing into the depths. The traveler pulled back, their heart pounding, the cold of the night settling around them once more. They sat by the edge of the lake, staring into the dark water, feeling both a sense of loss and relief. The connection they had felt lingered, a quiet ache that resonated within them, a reminder of the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface. They took a deep breath, feeling the night air fill their lungs, grounding them in the present. The lake had returned to its stillness, its surface undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. But the traveler knew that they had glimpsed something extraordinary, a fragment of a story that was as old as the earth itself. They rose, taking one last look at the lake, feeling a quiet reverence for the beauty and mystery it held. The woman's gaze lingered in their mind, a haunting reminder of the lives and dreams that were woven into the fabric of the forest. With a sense of awe and wonder, they turned away, continuing down the path, their footsteps soft against the earth. The forest seemed to welcome them back, the trees whispering softly as they moved deeper into the woods, drawn by the promise of more secrets to be revealed. The traveler felt a strange sense of anticipation as they ventured further along the shadowed path. The trees grew taller and denser, their branches arching above like a cathedral ceiling, enclosing the world in a quiet, sacred space. Each step seemed to resonate with the earth itself, a subtle vibration that pulsed beneath the surface, as if the forest was guiding them, drawing them toward something ancient and powerful. The air grew heavy, charged with an energy that was both exhilarating and humbling. It was as if they were approaching the very heart of the forest, a place where the boundary between worlds blurred, where the fabric of reality grew thin. The silence deepened, filled with an expectant stillness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Through the dim light, they glimpsed a clearing up ahead. The trees parted, revealing an open space bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone, smooth and polished, etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the night air. This was no ordinary stone. It radiated a quiet power, an ancient presence that was both awe-inspiring and mysterious. The traveler approached the stone, feeling a sense of reverence as they stepped into the clearing. The ground was covered in soft moss, cool and inviting underfoot, and the air was filled with the faint scent of earth and leaves. It was a place of peace, a sanctuary untouched by time, a space that seemed to exist outside the boundaries of the world. They reached out, their fingers brushing against the stone. The surface was warm, pulsing with a gentle energy that seeped into their skin, resonating within their very soul. It was as if the stone held a piece of the forest's spirit, a fragment of its life force, a reminder of the countless seasons and centuries that had passed in silence. Closing their eyes, the traveler felt a connection, a sense of belonging that was unlike anything they had ever known. They could feel the heartbeat of the forest, a steady, rhythmic pulse that echoed through the stone, through the earth, through the trees. It was a sound that spoke of eternity, of a world that had existed long before human memory, a world that would continue long after. In the silence, they heard a voice, not a voice of words, but a feeling, a presence that filled the air, a message carried on the wind. It was the voice of the forest, soft and ancient, a whisper that spoke to the deepest parts of their being. It was a voice that carried the wisdom of ages, the quiet strength of roots buried deep in the earth, the resilience of leaves that fell only to grow again. They felt a shiver, a quiet thrill that ran down their spine. This was the heart of the forest, the source of its power, a place where the spirit of nature resided, unseen and unheard by all but those who knew how to listen. They stood in silence, listening, letting the presence wash over them, filling them with a sense of peace and purpose. As they opened their eyes, they noticed faint lights flickering around the clearing. Small, ethereal orbs floated through the air, casting a soft glow that illuminated the moss-covered ground. The lights moved gracefully, weaving through the trees, circling the stone, as if they were guardians, spirits of the forest, drawn to the power of this sacred place. The traveler watched, mesmerized, as the orbs drifted closer, their light casting gentle shadows that danced along the stone. Each orb seemed to hold a life of its own, a spark of energy that pulsed in harmony with the forest's heartbeat. They felt a strange kinship with these lights, a sense that they were not alone, that they were part of something greater, something timeless. One of the orbs drifted closer, its light soft and warm, illuminating the traveler's face with a gentle glow. They reached out, their hand hovering just beneath the orb, feeling its warmth radiate through the cool night air. The orb pulsed, as if acknowledging their presence, a silent greeting, a connection that transcended words. For a moment, they felt as if they could understand the forest, its whispers, its secrets, its quiet strength. They could feel the life force that flowed through every tree, every leaf, every stone. They could sense the memories held within the roots, the stories that had been passed down through the seasons, the lives that had come and gone, leaving their mark on this sacred place. The traveler closed their eyes, letting the warmth of the orb fill them, feeling a deep sense of peace, a connection to the earth, to the forest, to the world beyond. They felt as if they were part of the forest's story, a thread woven into the tapestry of life, a witness to the beauty and mystery that lay hidden beneath the surface. After a time, the orb drifted away, joining the others as they circled the stone, their light casting a soft glow over the clearing. The traveler watched as the orbs moved in harmony, a dance of light and shadow, a silent celebration of the forest spirit. They took a deep breath, feeling the cool night air fill their lungs, grounding them in the present, anchoring them in the moment. They knew that they were standing in a place of power, a place of peace, a place where the world's mysteries were held, quiet and eternal. With a sense of awe and gratitude, they turned back to the path, leaving the heart of the forest behind, knowing that they carried a piece of its spirit within them. The forest watched, its whispers fading into the night, as the traveler continued on their journey, drawn by the promise of more secrets to be revealed. The traveler took one last, lingering look at the clearing, the stone, and the ethereal orbs drifting through the air. A quiet peace had settled within them, a sense of calm that resonated with the ancient energy of the forest. They had come here seeking something, a reprieve perhaps, or an escape from the noise and busyness of the world. What they found, however, was something far deeper, something that spoke to the quiet spaces within their soul. Turning back toward the path, they walked slowly, letting the memories of the night settle into their bones. The forest, once filled with shadows and secrets, now felt familiar, almost like an old friend. The trees whispered softly as they passed, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, as if bidding them farewell. The mist had begun to lift, revealing patches of starlit sky between the branches. The moon, now high overhead, cast a gentle glow that illuminated the path, guiding them back the way they had come. Their footsteps were light, their movements slow, as they took in every detail, the texture of the earth beneath their feet, the soft rustling of leaves, the cool night air brushing against their skin. As they walked, they felt the presence of the forest surrounding them, a silent companionship that filled them with a quiet joy. It was a reminder that they were never truly alone, that the world was filled with life and energy, even in the silent spaces, the forgotten places where few dared to tread. They paused for a moment, taking a deep breath, savoring the richness of the air, the scent of pine and moss, the faint sweetness of wildflowers hidden among the trees. It was a scent that would linger in their memory, a reminder of this night, of the secrets they had uncovered, the mysteries they had touched. In the distance, they saw the faint glow of the forest's edge, a sign that they were nearing the end of their journey. The sight brought a sense of nostalgia, a bittersweet awareness that this night would soon become a memory, a story woven into the tapestry of their life. Yet they felt no sadness, only gratitude for the time they had spent here, for the lessons they had learned, for the peace they had found. As they reached the edge of the forest, they stopped, turning back to look once more at the path that had led them here. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches reaching out like arms, sheltering the secrets of the forest, holding them close. The mist had faded, but the memory of it lingered, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay hidden in the world. They closed their eyes, letting the silence wash over them, feeling the forest's presence one last time, a gentle touch, a quiet whisper. It was a feeling they would carry with them, a memory that would stay with them, a reminder of the beauty that existed beyond the ordinary, the magic that lay just beyond the edges of sight. With a final deep breath, they turned and walked away, their steps light and steady, their heart filled with a peace that went beyond words. They knew that they could return here, that the forest would always be waiting, a place of quiet wonder, a sanctuary of secrets, a refuge for those who knew how to listen. The night was quiet as they left the forest behind, the trees standing tall and silent, watching as they disappeared into the distance. And as the last echoes of their footsteps faded, the forest settled once more into stillness, its whispers fading into the night, its secrets safe, waiting patiently for the next soul brave enough to venture into its depths.
In a quiet village, surrounded by misty mountains and dense forests, tales of a mysterious grove were whispered among the townsfolk. The Forgotten Grove was said to be a place where time stood still, where the trees held secrets of the past, and the air was thick with magic. Many villagers spoke of strange occurrences, glowing lights at night, soft music drifting through the trees, and shadows that danced just beyond the edge of the forest. Despite the allure, few dared to enter the Western Grove. Fearing the unknown among the villagers was a young woman named Lila, with an insatiable curiosity and a heart full of adventure. She was drawn to the stories of the grove, Lila spent her evenings listening to the elders recount their experiences, her imagination igniting with visions of the wonders that lay hidden within the trees. As the village celebrated another harvest festival, she felt a pull towards the grove stronger than ever. One crisp autumn evening, after the festivities had quieted, Lila made her decision. She would venture into the forgotten grove, armed with a small backpack containing a journal, a lantern, and a few provisions. With the moon casting a silver glow upon the earth, she set off towards the forest, her heart racing with anticipation. As she entered the grove, the atmosphere shifted. The air was cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into a serene silence. Towering trees loomed above her, their leaves whispering secrets to one another in the gentle breeze. Lila felt a thrill of excitement as she stepped deeper into the grove, the path winding before her like a ribbon of possibility. The further she walked, the more alive the forest became. The moonlight filtered through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to pulse with energy. Lila could hear the distant sound of water trickling, drawing her further into the grove. As she followed the sound, she stumbled upon a small clearing with a shimmering pond at its center. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the stars above like a mirror. Lila approached the pond, captivated by its beauty. She knelt by the water's edge, dipping her fingers into the cool liquid, and felt a rush of energy surge through her. In that moment, she understood that the grove was indeed magical. As she sat by the pond, Lila noticed a soft glow emanating from the trees around her. Curious, she stood up and followed the light, weaving between the ancient trunks. The glow led her to a magnificent tree, far larger than any she had seen before. Its bark was a deep shade of silver, and its branches reached high into the night sky, adorned with glowing blossoms that illuminated the grove. "Welcome, seeker," a voice echoed through the grove. Lila looked around, startled. From behind the tree stepped a figure cloaked in a robe of shimmering fabric, the light of the blossoms reflecting off its surface. The figure was ethereal, with features that seemed to shift and change with the light. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice trembling with awe. "I am Niara, the guardian of the grove," the figure replied, a gentle smile gracing their lips. "You have come seeking the secrets of this place." "I have," Lila admitted, her heart pounding. "Want to understand the magic of the grove and why it calls to me?" Niara stepped closer, the light from the blossoms enveloping them both. "The Forgotten Grove holds many stories, dear one. It is a place of memories, of dreams, and of lost souls. Those who enter seeking answers often find more than they bargained for." With a wave of their hand, Niara beckoned Lila to follow. They walked together deeper into the grove, the air thick with enchantment as they moved. The trees whispered, their leaves rustling like 1,000 voices sharing secrets. Long ago, this grove was a sanctuary for those who sought solace. Niara began. It was a place where people could escape the troubles of the world, where they could connect with nature and find peace. But as time passed, the world changed, the village grew, and the grove was forgotten. Forgotten? Lila echoed, her brow furrowing. How could such a beautiful place be forgotten? The weight of the world often blinds us to the wonders around us, Niara explained. People became consumed by their daily lives, and the magic of the grove faded into myth. Yet, it still exists, waiting for those who remember to seek it out. As they walked, Niara pointed out various plants and creatures. Sharing the significance of each, Lila listened intently. captivated by the stories that unfolded with every step. The grove was alive with history, each tree a witness to the theory, a witness to the passage of time. Suddenly, the air grew still, and a sense of heaviness settled around them. Lila turned to Naira, concern etched on her face. "What is it?" "There are remnants of sorrow in this grove," Naira said softly. "Lost souls wander, searching for closure, for peace. They are drawn to those who can listen and understand." Lila felt a pang of empathy in her heart. "What can I do to help them?" Naira smiled, a glimmer of pride in their eyes. "You possess the gift of compassion, and that is what they seek. If you listen to their stories, they may find the release they desire." With renewed determination, Lila followed Nyara to a group of trees that stood apart from the others. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, and Lila felt a chill run down her spine. As they approached, she noticed shadows flickering among the trunks, figures that seemed to fade in and out of our existence. "Hello," Lila called gently, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "I'm here to listen." The shadows paused, their forms shifting as if unsure. One stepped forward, a young woman with sorrowful eyes that glimmered like the stars. "You can see us?" she asked, her voice soft and haunting. "I can," Lila replied, feeling a sense of connection. "What happened to you?" The young woman glanced back at the other shadows before turning her gaze back to Lila. "We were lost in our own pain, unable to find our way home. We wandered the grove, searching for peace, but finding only despair." Lila's heart ached for the lost souls. "You don't have to be alone. Tell me your stories. Maybe I can help." As the young woman began to share her tale, Lila listened intently. The stories poured out like a river, tales of love lost, dreams shattered, and lives unfulfilled. Each story resonated deeply within her, and Lila felt a powerful urge to comfort them. One by one, the souls began to share their experiences, revealing the burdens they had carried for so long. With each story, Lila felt the weight of their sorrow, but she also felt a lightness begin to fill the air. The grove responded, the trees swaying gently, as if acknowledging their pain. "You are not alone," Lila whispered, her voice filled with warmth. "Your stories filled with warmth matter. You deserve to find peace." As she spoke, the shadows began to shift, their forms becoming more solid. The sorrow that had clouded the grove started to lift, replaced by a gentle light that enveloped them all. Nyara watched with a gentle light that enveloped them all. Approval, a proud smile on their face. "You are doing well, Lila," Nyara encouraged. "The magic of the grove responds to your compassion." As the last soul shared their story, a profound silence fell over the grove. Lila felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the energy of the grove to flow through her. The shadows around her began to shimmer, their forms glowing brighter as they found solace in the understanding they had received. With a final surge of light, the shadows began to fade, their essence merging with the soft glow of the blossoms surrounding them. "Thank you," the young woman whispered, her voice a gentle breeze. "We can finally rest." Lila opened her eyes to find the grove transformed. The shadows were gone, but their presence lingered in the warm light that now filled the clearing. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that she had helped those lost souls find peace. As the grove pulsed with life, Nyara approached Lila, their expression filled with pride. "You have done what many could not. The grove is grateful for your compassion and understanding." "But what happens now?" Lila asked, her curiosity piqued. "Will the grove remain this way?" "Or the magic of the forgotten grove will endure as long as there are those who remember. Niara replied, "You are now a part of its story, a guardian of its secrets. Share your experiences and others will be drawn to its beauty." Lila felt a sense of purpose blossom within her. She understood that the grove had chosen her, and she was ready to embrace her role as she made her way back through the forest. The path seemed to glow beneath her feet, guiding her towards the village. Upon returning, Lila shared her tale with the villagers, recounting the stories of the lost souls and the magic of the grove. As she spoke, the fear that had once gripped their hearts began to fade, replaced by a sense of wonder and possibility. The villagers, inspired by Lila's bravery, began to visit the grove, seeking solace and connection with nature. The whispering woods transformed from a place of fear into a sanctuary of healing, where stories were shared and laughter echoed through the trees. As the seasons changed, so did Lila. She became a beacon of light for those who sought to understand their fears and find solace in the embrace of nature. Each visit to the grove deepened her connection to the fears it. Each visit to the grove deepened her connection to the land, and she often found herself sitting beneath the ancient tree, writing in her journal. The whispers of the trees became a comforting presence, guiding her as she chronicled the stories of others who visited the grove. With every tale she recorded, the magic of the forgotten grove grew stronger, weaving a tapestry of hope and resilience. Years passed, and Lila became known as the keeper of the grove. People traveled from distant lands to seek her guidance, sharing their burdens, and finding solace in the wisdom of the trees. The grove flourished, its beauty captivating all who entered, a testament to the power of compassion and connection. And so, the forgotten grove became a place of renewal, where the whispers of the past mingled with the laughter of the present. Lila understood that the true magic lay not just in the grove itself, but in the stories shared, the hearts touched, and the lives transformed. In the heart of the grove, the ancient tree stood tall, its branches adorned with glowing blossoms that shimmered like stars. Lila had embraced her destiny, becoming part of the living story of the forgotten grove, a place where magic, wonder, and endless possibilities intertwine. In the quaint coastal town of Eldermere, nestled between rugged cliffs and the vast expanse of the ocean, life unfolded at a gentle pace. The villagers, with their weathered faces and sun-kissed skin, shared stories of the sea's magic, of mermaids and lost treasures that lay beneath the waves. Despite the allure, few dared to enter the grove, fearing the unknown. Among the villagers was a young woman named Lila, with an insatiable curiosity and a heart full of adventure. She was drawn to the stories of the grove. Lila spent her evenings listening to the elders recount their experiences, her imagination igniting with visions of the wonders that lay hidden within the trees. As the village celebrated another harvest festival, she felt a pull towards the grove stronger than ever. One crisp autumn evening, after the festivities had quieted, Lila made her decision. She would venture into the forgotten grove, armed with a small backpack containing a journal, a lantern, and a few provisions. With the moon casting a silver glow upon the earth, she set off towards the forest, her heart racing with anticipation. As she entered the grove, the atmosphere shifted. The air became cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into a serene silence. Towering trees loomed above her, their leaves whispering secrets to one another in the gentle breeze. Lila felt a thrill of excitement as she stepped deeper into the grove, the path winding before her like a ribbon of possibility. The further she walked, the more alive the forest became. The moonlight filtered through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to pulse with energy. Lila could hear the distant sound of tasty water trickling, drawing her further into the grove. As she followed the sound, she stumbled upon a small clearing with a shimmering pond at its center. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the stars above like a mirror. Lila approached the pond, captivated by its beauty. She knelt by the water's edge, dipping her fingers into the cool liquid, and felt a rush of energy surge through her. In that moment, she understood that the grove was indeed magical. As she sat by the pond, Lila noticed a soft glow emanating from the trees around her. Curious, she stood up and followed the light, weaving between the ancient trunks. The glow led her to a magnificent tree, far larger than any she had seen before. Its bark was a deep shade of silver, and its branches reached high into the night sky, adorned with glowing blossoms that illuminated the grove. "Welcome, seeker," a voice echoed through the grove. Lila looked around, startled. From behind the tree stepped a figure cloaked in a robe of shimmering fabric, the light of the blossoms reflecting off its surface. The figure was ethereal, with features that seemed to shift and change with the light. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice trembling with awe. "I am Nyara, the guardian of the grove," the figure replied, a gentle smile gracing their lips. "You have come seeking the secrets of this place." "I have," Lila admitted, her heart pounding. "I want to understand the magic of the grove and why it calls to me." Nyara stepped closer, the light from the blossoms enveloping them both. "The Forgotten Grove holds many stories. Dear one, it is a place of memories, of dreams, and of lost souls. Those who enter seeking answers often find more than they bargained for." With a wave of their hand, Nyara beckoned Lila to follow. They walked together deeper into the grove, the air thick with enchantment as they moved. The trees whispered, their leaves rustling like 1,000 voices sharing secrets. Long ago, this grove was a sanctuary for those who sought solace. Nyara began. It was a place where people could escape the troubles of the world, where they could connect with nature and find peace. But as time passed, the world changed. The village grew, and the grove was forgotten. "Forgotten?" Lila echoed, her brow furrowing. How could such a beautiful place be forgotten? How could such a beautiful place be forgotten? The weight of the world often blinds us to the wonders around us, Nyara explained. People became consumed by their daily lives, and the magic of the grove faded into myth. Yet, it still exists, waiting for those who remember to seek it out. As they walked, Nyara pointed out various plants and creatures, sharing the significance of each. Lila listened intently, captivated by the stories that unfolded with every step. The grove was alive with history, each tree a witness to the passage of time. Suddenly, the air grew still, and a sense of heaviness settled around them. Lila turned to Nyara, concern etched on her face. "What is it? What is it?" "There are remnants of sorrow in this grove," Nyara said softly. "Lost souls wander, searching for closure, for peace. They are drawn to those who can listen and understand." Lila felt a pang of empathy in her heart. "What can I do to help them?" Nyara smiled, a glimmer of pride in their eyes. "You possess the gift of compassion, and that is what they seek. If you listen to their stories, they may find the release they desire." With renewed determination, Lila followed Nyara to a group of trees that stood apart from the others. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, and Lila felt a chill run down her spine. As they approached, she noticed shadows flickering among the trunks, figures that seemed to fade in and out of our existence. "Hello," Lila called gently, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "I'm here to listen." The shadows paused, their forms shifting as if unsure. One stepped forward, a young woman with sorrowful eyes that glimmered like the stars. You can see us? She asked, her voice soft and haunting. I can, Lila replied, feeling a sense of connection. What happened to you? The young woman glanced back at the other shadows before turning her gaze back to Lila. We were lost in our own pain, unable to find our way home. We wandered the grove, searching for peace, but finding only despair. Lila's heart ached for the lost souls. You don't have to be alone. Tell me your stories. Maybe I can help. As the young woman began to share her tale, Lila listened intently. The stories poured out like a river, tales of love lost, dreams shattered, and lives unfulfilled. Each story resonated deeply within her, and Lila felt a powerful urge to comfort them. One by one, the souls began to share their experiences, revealing the burdens they had carried for so long. With each story, Lila felt the weight of their sorrow, but she also felt a lightness begin to fill the air. The grove responded, the trees swaying gently as if acknowledging their pain. You are not alone, Lila whispered, her voice filled with warmth. Your stories matter. You deserve to find peace. As she spoke, the shadows began to shift, their forms becoming more solid. The sorrow that had clouded the grove started to lift, replaced by a gentle light that enveloped them all. Nara watched with a gentle light that enveloped them all. Approval, a proud smile on their face. You are doing well, Lila. Naira encouraged. The magic of the grove responds to your compassion. As the last soul shared their story, a profound silence fell over the grove. Lila felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the energy of the grove to flow through her. The shadows around her began to shimmer, their forms glowing brighter as they found solace in the understanding they had received. With a final surge of light, the shadows began to fade, their essence merging with the soft glow of the blossoms surrounding them. Thank you, the young woman whispered, her voice a gentle breeze. We can finally rest. Lila opened her eyes to find the grove, transformed. The shadows were gone, but their presence lingered, filling her with a profound sense of connection. The curse of the Whispering Woods had been broken, and the forest was free as she made her way back to the village. Lila carried as she made her way back to the village. With her, the lessons learned from her journey, the power of confronting fears, and the importance of connection. From that day forward, the Whispering Woods became a place of solace and beauty, a testament to the strength found in vulnerability. The villagers, once fearful of the forest, now shared stories of hope and healing, inviting others to embrace their own journeys. As the seasons changed, so did Lila. She became a beacon of light for those who sought to understand their fears. The villagers would come to her for guidance, and together they would explore the forest, sharing stories and laughter amidst the trees. And so, the story of the Whispering Woods evolved, growing richer with each passing year. The travelers, with each passing year, who once feared the forest now found solace within it. And Lila's journey became a testament to the power of resilience and the beauty of connection. In the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood tall, its branches adorned with glowing blossoms that shimmered like stars. Lila had embraced her destiny, becoming part of the living story of the Forgotten Grove, a place where magic, wonder, and endless possibilities intertwined. The village of Eldermere buzzed with excitement as news of the Enchanted Isle spread. Lila, now known as the Keeper of the Grove, welcomed visitors with open arms, eager to share the magic she had discovered. The grove became a sanctuary, a place where laughter echoed among the trees, and stories flowed like the river nearby one day. While wandering through the village, Lila met a newcomer named Finn. He was a tall young man with bright green eyes and a mischievous grin. Finn had traveled from a faraway land, drawn by tales of a faraway land, drawn by tales of adventure and mystery. He was captivated by Lila's stories of the grove and the magic that surrounded it. "I want to see the Enchanted Isle for myself," Finn declared, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Will you take me there?" Lila hesitated for a moment, remembering the challenges they had faced during their journey. The waters could be treacherous, and the island held secrets that might not be ready to reveal themselves to just anyone. Yet, Finn's enthusiasm was infectious, and she found herself nodding in agreement. "All right, but we must prepare properly," Lila said, her resolve strengthening. "The journey will not be easy, and we must respect the magic of the Isle." They gathered supplies, filling their backpacks with food, water, and essentials for the journey ahead. As they set sail on Alaris' boat, Lila felt a familiar thrill coursing through her veins. The ocean shimmered under the midday sun, and the salty breeze tugged at their clothes as they ventured towards the horizon. As they sailed, Lila shared her knowledge of the Enchanted Isle, recounting the legends that spoke of its beauty and danger. Finn listened intently, his curiosity only growing. "Unfolded. The isle is said to be alive with magic," Lila explained, "but it also guards its secrets fiercely. Many who seek to exploit its wonders have been lost to the tides." Finn nodded, his expression serious. "I understand. I'm not here to exploit anything. I just want to experience it for myself." As they approached the island, the air grew thick with anticipation. The outline of the Enchanted Isle emerged from the mist, its lush greenery contrasting sharply against the deep blue of the ocean. Towering trees swayed gently, their branches adorned with vibrant blossoms that seemed to beckon them closer. Lila steered the boat toward a small cove, its sandy beach inviting them ashore. They disembarked, and the moment Lila set foot on the sand, she felt the familiar energy of the island envelop her, like a warm embrace. "Welcome to the Enchanted Isle," she said, a smile spreading across her face. "Let the adventure begin." They ventured into the heart of the island, the sound of their footsteps mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. As they walked, Finn marveled at the beauty surrounding them. Exotic flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of nectar. "Where to first?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "The heart tree," Lila replied, leading the way. "It's the most sacred part of the island, a place where magic flows freely." As they made their way through the dense foliage, Lila shared stories of the heart tree. Legend had it that the tree was ancient, older than the island itself. Its roots extended deep into the earth, connecting it to the very essence of magic that thrived on the isle. When they finally reached the clearing, Lila stood still. "It thrived on the isle." When they finally reached the clearing, Lila stood in awe before the heart tree. Its trunk was massive, with bark that shimmered like silver in the sunlight. The branches reached high above, adorned with blossoms that glowed with an otherworldly light. "Wow!" Finn breathed, stepping closer. "It's incredible," Lila nodded, feeling the energy pulsing from the tree. "It's said that if you listen closely, you can hear the whispers of the island. It holds the wisdom of generations past." They approached the tree, placing their hands on its trunk. As Lila closed her eyes, she concentrated, allowing the magic of the island to flow through her. She could hear faint whispers, soft and melodic, as if the tree was sharing its secrets. "Do you hear that?" she asked, opening her eyes to see Finn gazing at her in wonder. He nodded, a look of amazement on his face. "It's beautiful. What are they saying?" "They speak of the island's history, of the people who have come before us," Lila explained. "The heart tree is a keeper of stories, a guardian of magic." As they stood together, a gentle breeze stirred the air, and the blossoms above them began to sway. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the tree, illuminating the clearing. Both Lila and Finn shielded their eyes from the brilliance. When the light faded, a figure emerged from the tree, shimmering like the stars. It was As, woman, ethereal and graceful, with hair that flowed like liquid silver and eyes that sparkled with ancient wisdom. "Welcome, seekers," the woman said, her voice resonating with power. "I am Eloan, the spirit of the heart tree. You have come to this sacred place seeking knowledge and adventure." Lila's heart raced at the sight of Eloan. "We want to learn about the magic of the isle and its secrets," she replied. Eloan smiled, her expression warm and inviting. "Then you must prove yourselves worthy. The island will reveal its wonders only to those with pure intentions and open hearts." "What must we do?" Finn asked, stepping forward with determination. "To understand the magic of the isle, you must embark on a quest," Eloan explained. "Each of you will face a challenge that will test your courage, wisdom, and compassion. Only by overcoming these trials will the island grant you its gifts." Lila exchanged glances with Finn, excitement and apprehension swirling within her. "What kind of challenges?" "Challenges that reflect your innermost fears and desires," Eloan replied. "They will require you to dig deep within yourselves and confront the shadows that linger in your hearts." Finn nodded, a fierce determination lighting his eyes. "We're ready. We will face whatever comes our way." "Very well," Eloan said, her voice ringing with authority. "You will each receive a task that aligns with your spirit. Lila, you shall seek the Fountain of Echoes, where the voices of the past will guide you. Finn, your challenge lies within the labyrinth of whispers, where you must find your way through the maze of uncertainty." As Eloan spoke, the air shimmered, and two paths appeared before them, one leading to a tranquil clearing where the sound of water echoed softly, and the other leading into a dense thicket that seemed to twist and turn endlessly. Lila felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. "How will we find each other again?" she asked, glancing at Finn. Eloan raised her hand, and a soft light enveloped both of them. "You will be connected by the bond of your hearts. Trust in your instincts, and the island will guide you back together." With a final nod of encouragement, Lila took a deep breath and stepped toward the Fountain of Echoes, her heart pounding with anticipation. Finn followed suit, heading toward the labyrinth of whispers. As Lila walked along the path, she could hear the gentle trickle of water growing louder with each step. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers, and she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Soon, she arrived at a serene clearing where a crystal-clear fountain stood at the center. Water sparkled in the sunlight, and as she approached, Lila could hear soft whispers emanating from the fountain. Leaning closer, she cupped her hands around the cool water and listened intently. "Lila, the voices called echoing with familiarity. You seek the truth within." "I do," Lila replied, her heart racing. "What must I do?" "What must I do?" "Look into the water, and you shall see," the voices urged. Lila peered into the fountain, and the surface began to ripple. Images swirled before her eyes, visions of her past, moments of joy and sorrow. She saw herself as a child, playing by the shore, laughing with friends, but then the images shifted to darker times when she had felt lost, isolated, unsure of her place in the world. The whispers grew louder, intertwining with her memories. Face your fears, Lila. Embrace the shadows that linger. With a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and allowed the emotions to wash over her. She understood that to move forward, she must confront the pain she had buried within. As the memories flooded her mind, tears streamed towards her ways. As the memories flooded her mind, tears streamed down her face. I am ready, she whispered, her voice trembling. I accept my past, and I will not let it define me. As she spoke those words, the water in the fountain shimmered brightly, and the whispers transformed into a harmonious song. The echoes of the past began to fade, replaced by a sense of peace and clarity. Lila felt the weight lift from her shoulders, replaced by a newfound strength. Thank you, she said, her heart swelling with gratitude. I will carry this with me. With that, the fountain began to glow, illuminating the clearing with a warm light. Lila took a step back, feeling the magic of the aisles surround her. She turned to leave, ready to reunite with Finn, her spirit renewed and her heart open. Meanwhile, Finn ventured into the labyrinth of whispers, the dense foliage closing in around him. The air was thick with tension, and he could hear whispers echoing through the maze. The path twisted and turned, leading him deeper into the unknown. Stay focused, he murmured to himself, determination fueling his steps. I can find my way. As he navigated the labyrinth, he encountered various illusions, figures from his past, memories of self-doubt and moments when he felt doubt and moments when he felt unworthy. Each time he faced an illusion, he felt the shadows of his insecurities creeping in, attempting to pull him back. No more, Finn declared, his voice steady. I am more than my fears. I will not be defined by them. With every declaration of strength, the illusions began to dissipate, the whispers fading into the distance. He pressed on, guided by the faint sound of laughter that echoed in the air. Finn felt a connection to Lila, the bond they had forged empowering him as he faced the maze. Finally, after what felt like hours, Finn stumbled into a clearing at the center of the labyrinth. The sun streamed down, illuminating a beautiful garden filled with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. At the heart of vibrant flowers and lush greenery, the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with shimmering fruit that sparkled like jewels. You did it! A soft voice said from behind him. Finn turned to see a shimmering figure emerge from the tree, a guardian of the garden with an ethereal presence. Welcome, Seeker, the guardian said, their voice melodic and soothing. You have shown courage in facing your fears. The garden holds the essence of growth and renewal. Here you will find what you seek. What must I do? Finn asked, his heart racing with anticipation. The fruit of the tree contains the wisdom of the ages. To receive its gift, you must plant the seeds of your dreams, the guardian replied. What do you desire most? Finn closed his eyes, envisioning his dreams, adventures that lay ahead, a life filled with purpose and the connections he had forged. I want to be brave, he said finally. I want to embrace life fully, without fear holding me back, with a jerk. We strive fully without fear holding me back. Nod. The guardian extended a hand, and a single fruit fell from the tree, landing softly in Finn's palm. Eat this fruit, and your dreams shall blossom. Finn hesitated for a moment, but he felt an overwhelming sense of trust. He took a bite, and an explosion of flavors danced on his tongue as he swallowed. Warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of empowerment. Now, go, the guardian urged, gesturing toward the path leading back to the grove. Your journey is far from over. Share your wisdom with Lila and together you shall unlock the true magic of the Isle. With newfound determination, Finn set off toward the exit of the labyrinth, ready to reunite with Lila and embrace whatever adventures awaited them. As Finn emerged from the labyrinth of whispers, the air around him crackled with energy. The vibrant colors of the garden lingered in his mind, a reminder of the transformation he had just experienced. He stepped through the threshold of the labyrinth, the sunlight pouring over him like a warm embrace. His heart raced with excitement as he made his way back to the Fountain of Echoes, where he hoped to find Lila. He recalled the bond they had forged on their journey and felt a surge of determination to share his experiences with her. Finn navigated through the grove, the sound of the trickling water guiding him closer to the fountain. When he arrived, Lila was already there, kneeling by the water's edge. She looked up, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. "Finn, you made it!" "I did," he replied, his voice filled with excitement. "And I have so much to tell you." As they settled by the fountain, Finn recounted his adventure in the labyrinth of whispers, describing the illusions he faced and the wisdom he gained from the Guardian. Lila listened intently, her eyes wide with awe. "I faced my fears too," she said, her voice softening. "The Fountain of Echoes helped me understand my past and let go of the pain I had carried for so long." Finn smiled. Their shared experiences creating a deeper bond between them. "We both had our trials, but we've emerged stronger." Suddenly, the water in the fountain began to swirl, and a soft glow radiated from its depths. Lila and Finn exchanged glances, sensing the shift in the grove. The whispers of the fountain intensified, filling the air with a melodious song. "Listen," Lila urged, leaning closer to the water. The fountain's surface shimmered, revealing images of the enchanted Isle, tales of bravery, adventure, and magic intertwined. Finn and Lila watched in awe as the water painted vivid scenes of the island's past, showcasing the journeys of those who had come before them. As the images danced before their eyes, Lila felt a sense of purpose. "These stories belong to us now," she said, determination gleaming in her eyes. "We must share the magic of this isle with others. We can help more souls find peace." Just like we did, their mission settled in his heart. But we must also prepare for the trials ahead. The island has more to teach us, and we need to be ready for whatever challenges come our way. With renewed resolve, they stood together, hand in hand, their spirits intertwined. The grove pulsed with energy, as if acknowledging their commitment to the journey ahead. "Let's explore the island further," Lila suggested, glancing at the paths that wound deeper into the grove. "There is still so much to discover." They set off, their footsteps light with anticipation. The lush greenery enveloped them, the vibrant flowers swaying in the gentle breeze. Each turn revealed new wonders, hidden clearings, sparkling streams, and ancient trees that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a glade bathed in golden light. At its center stood a magnificent archway made of intertwining vines and blossoms. The air felt charged with magic, exchanged excited glances. "What do you think is beyond the archway?" Finn asked, stepping closer. "Only one way to find out," Lila replied, her heart racing. They approached the archway, the scent of blooming flowers filling their lungs. As they crossed beneath the vines, the atmosphere shifted once more, wrapping around them like a soft embrace. On the other side, they found themselves in a breathtaking garden filled with colorful plants and ethereal creatures. Fairies flitted between the flowers, their laughter ringing like chimes in the wind. Lila gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "This place is incredible," she exclaimed, spinning in delight. Finn grinned, enchanted by the beauty around them. It feels alive. As they explored the garden, they encountered a fairy perched on a flower, her wings glistening in the sunlight. "Welcome, travelers, she said, her voice tinkling like bells. "I am Aeliana, guardian of the enchanted garden. What brings you here?" "We seek knowledge and adventure," Lila replied, her excitement bubbling over. "We want to understand the magic of the Isle." Aeliana nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Many seek the magic of the Isle, but few understand its true nature. The garden holds the essence of growth and transformation, but it also requires sacrifice." "What kind of sacrifice?" Finn asked. His curiosity piqued. "To embrace the magic, you must be willing to face your true selves," Aeliana explained. "The garden will reveal your heart's desires, but it will also challenge your beliefs and fears." Lila and Finn exchanged apprehensive glances, but a sense of determination surged within them. They were ready to confront whatever lay ahead. "We accept the challenge," Lila declared, her voice steady. "Very well," Aeliana said, a smile gracing her lips. "Step into the heart of the garden, and you shall uncover the truths you seek." They followed Aeliana deeper into the garden, the air thick with enchantment. The vibrant colors enveloped them, and the scent of blooming flowers filled their lungs. As they reached the center, they stood before a magnificent tree adorned with radiant fruit, each one glowing with a different hue. "This tree is the source of the garden's magic," Aeliana explained. "It bears the fruits of truth and transformation. To receive its gifts, you must each choose a fruit that resonates with your heart." Lila approached the tree, her heart racing as she examined the shimmering fruits. Each one called to her, but there was one that stood out, a deep blue fruit that glowed with a soft light. She reached out, her fingers brushing against its surface. "I choose this one," she said, feeling a surge of energy course through her. Finn stepped forward, drawn to a vibrant green fruit that sparkled like emeralds. "I'll take this," he said, a sense of certainty guiding his choice. "Now, take a bite," Aeliana instructed. "Embrace the magic within." With a deep breath, Lila sank her teeth into the blue fruit. A rush of flavor enveloped her, a symphony of sweetness and light. As she swallowed, the world around her shifted, and she felt her consciousness expand. Visions flooded her mind, images of her past, her fears and her dreams. She saw herself standing on the edge of the cliffs, feeling small and lost, but then the visions changed. She saw herself standing tall, embracing her journey, the keeper of the grove guiding others toward their own paths. Lila gasped as the realization washed over her. She understood that her fears had never defined her. Instead, they were stepping stones on her path to growth. She felt a surge of strength, a newfound clarity settling within her. Next to her, Finn took a bite of his fruit, and his eyes widened in surprise. He too was enveloped in visions, memories of doubt and uncertainty. But they morphed into images of courage, of standing up for what he believed in and pursuing his passions. As they shared this experience, the magic of the garden enveloped them, weaving their stories together. They were no longer just individuals. They were intertwined in a tapestry of dreams and aspirations. When the visions faded, they stood in awe, the garden alive with energy. Aeliana smiled, her wings shimmering in the sunlight. "You have embraced the magic of the Isle. Remember, growth comes from understanding your true selves." With gratitude filling their hearts, Lila and Finn thanked Aeliana and made their way back. Through the garden, vibrant colors seemed even more alive now, and the whispers of the flowers sang a melody of hope. As they returned to the archway, Lila turned to Finn, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We've come so far. I feel like we're just beginning." Finn nodded, a sense of purpose radiating from him. "And there's still so much more to explore." They stepped through the archway, the world shifting around them as they emerged back in the grove. Energy, the magic of the isle coursing through her veins. "Where do we go next?" Finn asked, glancing around the grove. Lila took a deep breath, feeling the connection to the island. "I believe we should seek the Oracle of the Tides. It is said to hold the wisdom of the sea and can guide us on our journey." Finn's eyes on our journey widened with excitement. "Let's find it." Together, they set off toward the shore, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the landscape. As they ventured forth, their hearts filled with hope and anticipation. As Lila and Finn made their way to the shore, the air was thick with anticipation. The sound of crashing waves filled their ears, and the salty breeze tugged playfully at their hair. Lila felt a sense of purpose drive her forward. The Oracle of the Tides was said to hold ancient wisdom, knowledge that could guide them in their journey. They arrived at the beach, where the golden sand met the azure waves. The sun was beginning to set, casting vibrant hues of orange and pink across the sky. In the distance, Lila could see a rocky outcrop jutting into the ocean, where the waves crashed against the cliffs. "There," Lila pointed, her excitement bubbling over. "The oracle must be on that outcrop." Finn nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "Let's go." They hurried toward the rocky formation, the sound of the ocean growing louder as they approached. The path was steep and uneven, but Lila felt a surge of determination. As they climbed, the scent of salt and seaweed filled the air, invigorating their spirits at the top of the outcrop. They paused to catch their breath. The view was breathtaking. The ocean stretched endlessly before them, glimmering under the fading sunlight in the center of the knoll. Venturag outcrop, surrounded by swirling water, stood an ancient stone structure covered in vibrant moss and seashells. Lila stepped forward, feeling a pull toward the stone structure. It was a circular altar, adorned with carvings of waves and marine creatures. She could sense the energy radiating from it, a powerful presence that filled the air with magic. "Welcome, seekers of knowledge," a voice echoed, resonating from the altar. Lila and Finn exchanged glances, their hearts racing with arts racing with ours. Excitement from the water emerged a figure, draped in flowing robes that shimmered like the ocean's surface. The oracle was a woman of ethereal beauty, with hair that flowed like seaweed and eyes that sparkled like the stars. She approached the altar, her presence commanding yet gentle. "I am Mira, the Oracle of the Tides," she said, her voice melodic and soothing. "You have come seeking wisdom. What do you wish to know?" Lila stepped forward, her heart pounding. "We seek guidance for our journey. We want to understand the magic of this isle and how we can share it with others." Mira smiled, her eyes gleaming with understanding. "The magic of the isle flows. Dear, why needs to be the magic of the isle flows through you already. You have faced your fears and embraced your true selves. Now, you must learn to harness that magic to inspire others." Finn spoke up, his voice steady. "What must we do to unlock that magic?" "Each of you must delve into the depths of the ocean and retrieve a token from the sea," Mira instructed. "The tokens hold the essence of the isle's magic and will allow you to connect with its power." Lila felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. But how will we retrieve them? The ocean holds many mysteries, but it also grants courage to those who seek, Mira replied. Trust in yourselves and the bond you share. Together, you will find what you seek. With that, Mira gestured toward the waves crashing against the rocks. Lila and Finn exchanged determined glances, their hearts racing with the thrill of the challenge. Are you ready? Lila asked Finn, her voice steady. I've never been more ready, he replied, a grin breaking across his face. Let's do this. They took a deep breath and stepped toward the water's edge. The ocean swirled around them, the waves beckoning with an irresistible pull. As they plunged into the cool depths, Lila felt a rush of exhilaration wash over her. The underwater world was a dazzling display of colors and life. Fish darted between coral reefs, and sunlight filtered through the ferns at the surface, creating patterns of light that danced across the ocean floor. Lila and Finn swam deeper, their senses heightened by the beauty surrounding them. Look! Finn pointed toward a shimmering glow in the distance. They swam toward it, their hearts pounding with excitement as they approached. They found a cluster of radiant shells, each one pulsating with a soft light. Those must be the tokens. Oh! Lila exclaimed, reaching out to grasp one. As her fingers touched the shell, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with warmth and strength. Finn reached for a shell of his own, and as they both held their tokens, they felt a connection to the magic of the isle. The ocean whispered secrets in their ears, ancient wisdom that resonated deep within their souls. Let's return to the surface, Finn said. His voice filled with awe. They swam back together, the glow of their tokens lighting the way. When they emerged from the water, they stood on the rocky outcrop, their hearts racing with triumph. Lila held the token close to her heart, feeling its energy pulsate with life. What now? Finn asked, glancing at Mira, who stood waiting with a knowing smile. Now, you must offer your tokens to the heart tree, Mira instructed. Place them at its roots, and the magic of the isle will be awakened. With renewed purpose, Lila and Finn made their way back through the grove, the path illuminated by the gentle glow of their tokens. As they approached the heart tree, they felt the energy of the isle thrumming in the air, a sense of anticipation filling their hearts. They reached the base of the tree, where its roots sprawled like ancient fingers into the earth. Lila knelt and placed her token among the roots, and Finn followed suit as they did. The tree shimmered, its branches swaying in an unseen wind. Together, you have awakened the magic of the isle, Mira said, her voice resonating with pride. The tokens represent your courage, your growth, and your commitment to share the magic with others. As the words faded, a brilliant light enveloped the heart tree, illuminating the grove in a dazzling display of color. Lila and Finn stood in awe as the tree seemed to come alive, its energy swirling around them like a gentle embrace. Now, you are truly connected to the isle, Mira continued. You possess the magic within you. Use it wisely, and it will guide you on your journey. Lila felt a surge of empowerment, the magic of the isle coursing through her veins. She glanced at Finn, and they shared a knowing smile. This was just the beginning of their adventure. What do we do next? Finn asked, his excitement palpable. Now you must return to your village and share the stories of the enchanted isle, Mira instructed. Spread the magic and wisdom you have gained, and inspire others to embrace their own journeys. With a final wave of her hand, Mira bid them farewell, her figure fading into the light of the heart tree. Lila and Finn stood together, their hearts filled with purpose as they made their way back to the shore. As they sailed away from the enchanted isle, Lila looked back at the shimmering land, knowing it would forever be a part of her. The island had changed her, filled her with magic and hope, and she was determined to share that gift with others. As they approached Eldermere, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The village was alive with activity, the sounds of laughter and music filling the air as the villagers celebrated another harvest festival. Lila and Finn docked the boat and stepped onto the sandy shore, their hearts racing with anticipation. They were ready to share their stories, to ignite the spark of adventure in others. The villagers gathered around them, curiosity shining in their eyes. Lila stepped forward, her voice steady. "We have discovered the Enchanted Isle, a place of magic and wonder. We faced challenges and grew in ways we never imagined." Finn added, "We learned that the true magic lies within us, waiting to be embraced. We want to be embraced. Share our experiences and inspire each of you to seek your own adventures." As Lila and Finn spoke, the villagers listened intently, their faces reflecting awe and excitement. The tales of the Enchanted Isle filled the air, igniting the imaginations of those who had longed for adventure. From that day forward, the village of Eldermere transformed, inspired by Lila and Finn's journey. The villagers began to explore the surrounding lands, seeking their own adventures. The grove became a sacred place, a source of inspiration and connection to the magic of the Isle. And Lila, now a storyteller and keeper of the Isle's magic, continued to guide others on their journeys. She and Finn became a beacon of hope, a reminder that the magic of the world was within reach for those who dared to dream. In the heart of Eldermere, the whispers of the ocean danced through the air, carrying tales of adventure and wonder. The Enchanted Isle remained a part of their lives, a symbol of the beauty found in courage, friendship, and the unyielding spirit of exploration. As the sun set on another day, Lila gazed out at the horizon, the waves crashing against the shore. She felt the warmth of the island's magic within her, a reminder that the journey was far from over. Together with Finn and the villagers, she was ready to embrace whatever adventures lay ahead, knowing that the world was full of possibilities waiting to be discovered. The small town of Willow Creek was known for its quiet, unassuming charm. Nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by towering trees and fog-covered hills, it was a place where time seemed to stand still. At the edge of town, hidden from plain sight, stood an old, decrepit mansion. Overgrown vines crawled up the sides of the faded stone walls, and shattered windows cast eerie reflections in the dim light. No one dared to venture near, for the locals believed the mansion was cursed, a remnant of a forgotten past that still held onto its secrets. When Samuel, his wife Eleanor, and their 2 children, Oliver and young Grace, moved into Willow Creek, they were drawn to the mansion's Gothic allure. Samuel, a restoration enthusiast, saw it as the perfect project, convinced that with some hard work, he could restore its former glory. Eleanor, however, felt an unsettling chill the moment they stepped inside. The air was heavy, almost suffocating, as if the house itself were holding its breath. "Come on, Ellie, just look at this place," Samuel had said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's beautiful in its own way." Eleanor forced a smile, but the feeling of being watched never left her. As they settled into their new home, she couldn't shake the sense that they weren't alone. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of her vision. Whispers drifted down the hallways, and sometimes in the dead of night she thought she heard faint footsteps echoing through the old wooden floors. The children, however, were captivated by the mansion's mystery. Oliver, the older sibling, was fascinated by the hidden passageways and dusty old rooms filled with antique furniture. Grace, though only 6, would often stare at things that weren't there, her innocent eyes fixed on the empty corners of the rooms. It was on their first night in the mansion that the strangeness began. As the family gathered in the dimly lit living room, the lights flickered, and an icy breeze seemed to sweep through the room, though all the windows were closed. Eleanor clutched Grace closer, her heart pounding, while Samuel laughed nervously, brushing it off as an electrical issue. But later that night, as Eleanor lay in bed beside Samuel, she was startled awake by a faint, childlike whisper coming from the hallway. Her first thought was that it must be Grace or Oliver out of bed. She slipped out of the room, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath her feet, and walked into the darkened hallway. "Grace? Oliver?" she whispered, but there was no response. As she approached the end of the hall, she felt a sudden chill that made her stop in her tracks. The air was colder than she'd ever felt, almost as if it were drawing the warmth out of her. Eleanor's out of her shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, and in that moment, she heard it again, a soft, faint voice calling her name. "Eleanor." Her heart raced as she spun around, her eyes wide, but there was no one there. She returned to her room, trying to convince herself it was her imagination, the product of nerves and exhaustion. Yet, as she lay back down, the unease lingered, like a shadow that clung to her soul. The following days were no better. Each night, the whispers grew louder, and Eleanor began to notice strange things around the house. Objects moved from one place to another. Small handprints appeared on the dust-covered windows, and the faint sound of laughter echoed through the rooms. Oliver told her he had seen a woman in old-fashioned clothes standing at the top of the stairs, staring down at him with a sad, empty expression. Grace would often whisper to herself, as if speaking to an unseen friend. Eleanor could feel the mansion tightening its grip on them, as if the walls were closing in, watching their every move. But Samuel dismissed her fears, insisting that the house was simply old and in need of repair. Despite her unease, Eleanor tried to ignore the signs, tried to believe that it was all in her head. But deep down, she knew that the mansion held secrets that were beginning to awaken. As the days turned into weeks, the mansion seemed to tighten its grip on the family. Eleanor's unease grew, but Samuel remained dismissive, engrossed in the restoration process, often working late into the night. The children, though fascinated by the mansion, began to exhibit strange behaviors that Eleanor couldn't ignore. One evening, Eleanor found Grace in the nursery, speaking in a low whisper to an empty corner of the room. At first, Eleanor assumed Grace was playing. But as she approached, she heard her daughter's words. "They said they don't like it when we change things," Grace murmured softly, her eyes fixed on something only she could see. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. "Who doesn't like it?" "Sweetheart," Grace turned to her mother with an innocent smile, her blue eyes wide. "The people who live here, Mommy. They don't want us here." A chill ran down Eleanor's spine, and she quickly led Grace out of the nursery, dismissing her daughter's words as mere imagination. But later that night, as she lay in bed, her thoughts kept returning to Grace's warning. Was the house truly haunted? And if so, what did it want? As the clock struck midnight, Eleanor woke to a cold draft sweeping through the room. She glanced over to find Samuel sound asleep, unaware of the chill that seemed to fill the air. She lay still, straining to listen, and soon she heard it, a faint but unmistakable whisper drifting through the darkness. "Leave. You're not welcome." Eleanor bolted upright, her heart pounding. She listened intently, but the voice was gone. She glanced at Samuel, hoping he had heard it too. But he had heard it too. But he had remained oblivious, lost in the depths of sleep. She felt a growing sense of dread, a feeling that the mansion itself was warning her, as if it held a malevolent consciousness. The next morning, Eleanor tried to speak with Samuel about what she'd heard, but he dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Eleanor, this house is old. Houses make noises, creak, groan, it's natural. He insisted, his tone reassuring. Besides, think about all the history here. Imagine that stories this place could tell. She nodded reluctantly, trying to believe him, but the mansion's strange occurrences only grew. The whispers became more frequent, as though the walls themselves were breathing, alive with unseen presences. Each night, Eleanor found herself drawn to the staircase, where she would stand at the top, listening to the faint echoes of laughter, footsteps, and sometimes a child's sobbing coming from the lower floors. One night, unable to resist, she ventured down the stairs, clutching a candle as she moved through the darkness. The light flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she saw something that made her blood run cold. A small, pale handprint smudged on the dusty glass of a nearby window. The handprint was too small to belong to Oliver, and too high for Grace to have reached. Her hands shook as she reached out to touch it, feeling the chill of the glass seep into her fingers. In that moment, a voice echoed through the hall, soft yet piercing. "Help us!" Eleanor recoiled, the candlelight flickering wildly as a gust of wind blew through the hall. She felt a presence behind her, a heavy, suffocating energy that pressed down on her shoulders. Terrified, she turned and fled back up the stairs, her heart racing as the whispers followed her, growing louder with each step. When she reached the bedroom, she bolted the door and crawled into bed beside Samuel, who slept on, blissfully unaware of the terror that gripped her heart. She lay awake for hours, listening to the silence, wondering what the mansion wanted from her, and why it seemed to be calling out for help. In the days that followed, Eleanor's fear turned to resolve. She knew she needed answers. She began to ask around town, hoping someone could shed light on the mansion's dark past. An elderly librarian named Mrs. Hawthorne finally offered her a piece of the puzzle. "Oh, dear Mrs. Hawthorne said, her voice trembling as she recounted the story. "The house belonged to a family, the Walkers. Many years ago, tragedy struck. Their little girl, Emma, disappeared one night. They searched high and low, but she was never she was found. Her mother, poor woman, went mad with grief. Some say her spirit still lingers there, searching for her lost daughter." Eleanor's heart sank as she listened. The pieces were falling into place, the whispers, the cold presence, the cold presence, child's handprint. It was as if the spirits of the house were reaching out to her, begging her to uncover the truth and free them from their suffering. That night, Eleanor lay in bed, unable to sleep. The story of Emma Walker haunted her thoughts, and she knew what she had to do. She would venture into the hidden corners of the mansion, delve into its secrets, and uncover the mystery that had bound the spirits for so long. But as she closed her eyes, she couldn't shake the feeling that the mansion was waiting for her, anticipating her every move, as if it were a living entity, watching, lurking, and plotting her next steps in the darkness. The following evening, Eleanor prepared herself to explore the mansion further. She felt a strange determination growing within her, a resolve to uncover the secrets that had been locked away for so long. She equipped herself with an old flashlight she had found in the basement and tucked a small journal into her pocket, intending to record anything unusual she encountered. As she glanced at herself in the hallway mirror, she barely recognized the fear in her own eyes, but she knew the fear in her own eyes was no turning back now. Samuel was busy in his study, going over some architectural blueprints, too absorbed to notice the quiet tension emanating from his wife. She watched him for a moment, wishing she could explain what she was about to do, but deep down she knew he wouldn't understand. He had always been practical, grounded in reality. He would never believe in ghosts or curses, let alone think she was wandering through the house at night searching for spirits. Eleanor made her at night searching for spirits, way down the grand staircase, each step creaking under her weight, as though the house were aware of her every move. The thick velvet curtains draped over the windows blocked out any trace of moonlight, leaving her shrouded in an unnatural darkness. She took a deep breath, her footsteps echoing in the empty hall as she moved toward the east wing, a section of the mansion she had seldom explored. The east wing was colder than the rest of the house, a bitter chill that seemed to seep into her bones. It was here that she first noticed the strange markings on the walls. Symbols etched into the old wallpaper, faded with time, but still visible under the glow of her flashlight. They looked like arcane symbols, swirls and crosses, intersecting lines that seemed to pulse faintly as she moved her light over them. The air grew heavier with each step, and Eleanor felt a presence looming over her, as though someone or something was watching her from the shadows. Her hand trembled as she ran her fingers over one of the symbols, feeling the rough texture of the wallpaper under her skin. The symbols felt cold, almost damp, and she quickly pulled her hand away, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. Just then, she heard a faint, shuffling sound coming from one of the rooms ahead. She held her breath, her mind racing. It sounded like the dragging of feet, slow and deliberate, moving just beyond the threshold of the doorway. Eleanor took a cautious of the doorway, step forward, her flashlight trained on the door. The wood was cracked and faded, a relic from another era. She could see the faint outline of handprints, small and smudged, pressed into the dusty surface of the door, as if someone had been frantically trying to push it open from the other side. Swallowing her fear, Eleanor placed her hand on the door and slowly pushed it open. The room beyond was filled with old, tattered furniture draped in white sheets, giving the eerie impression of ghostly figures huddled together in the darkness. Dust motes danced in the air, swirling in the beam of her flashlight. The walls were lined with shelves filled with ancient books, their spines cracked and faded. As she stepped and faded further into the room, her flashlight flickered, casting strange, shifting shadows on the walls. Her skin prickled with unease, and she fought the urge to turn and flee. She knew she had to keep going, to face whatever secrets lay hidden in the mansion. In the far corner of the room, she noticed an old painting hanging on the wall. The canvas was darkened with age, but she could make out the faint outline of a family, a mother, a father, and a little girl, all standing before the very same mansion she was now inside. The child in the painting wore a locket around her neck, a small heart-shaped pendant that gleamed faintly even through the dust and grime. Eleanor stepped closer, her eyes drawn to the child's expression. There was something unsettling about her face, a hollow look in her eyes that seemed to follow her, no matter where she stood. It was as if the child were staring directly at her, a silent plea for help frozen in time. Suddenly, Eleanor felt a cold hand grip her shoulder. She gasped, spinning around, but there was no one there. Her heart raced, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she glanced around the empty room. She was alone, or so she thought. The silence was shattered by a soft, childlike giggle echoing through the room. It was a haunting sound, distant and faint, like a memory lingering on the edge of reality. Eleanor's hands shook as she raised her flashlight, sweeping it across the room, but there was no sign of anyone. "Who's there?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her own heart. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, In a voice so soft it was almost a whisper, she heard a reply. "Help me." The words sent a chill down her spine, freezing. The words sent a chill down her spine, freezing her in place. The voice was unmistakably that of a child, a young girl. Her tone laced with desperation and fear. Eleanor's mind raced, her thoughts jumbled. Was it the spirit of Emma Walker, the little girl who had disappeared all those years ago? The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fit together, but she knew there was still so much she didn't understand. She took a deep breath, steadying herself as she moved toward the corner where the voice had come from. The air grew colder where the voice had come from. The air grew colder with each step, and she felt an overwhelming sense of sadness, as though the very walls of the mansion were weeping in the corner. She found a small wooden box, its surface covered in dust. She knelt down, brushing the dust away with trembling fingers, and lifted the lid. Inside, she found a delicate silver locket, identical to the one in the painting. The locket was cool to the touch, and as she held it in her hand, she felt a wave of emotions wash over her: fear, loss, and an overwhelming sense of longing. As she stood up, clutching the locket, the door to the room slammed shut, plunging her into darkness. Her flashlight flickered, casting strange shadows across the walls, and she felt a presence looming closer, the air growing thick and suffocating. In the darkness, she heard the voice again, closer this time. "Help me find her." Eleanor's grip tightened on the locket, her mind racing. She knew now that the spirits of the house were real, and they needed her help. But what lay ahead would test her courage in ways she could never have imagined. As Eleanor stood alone in the darkened room, the weight of the mansion's history pressed down on her like a suffocating blanket. Her fingers trembled around the cold locket, its presence in her hand feeling both comforting and haunting, as if it also was the craze and haunting, as if it held a fragment of the past itself. She took a shuddering breath, her heart pounding with a mix of dread and determination. She knew she couldn't ignore the voices any longer. The room felt alive with an invisible energy, an echo of emotions that lingered like a ghostly residue. The walls seemed to breathe, exhaling shadows that twisted and curled along the faded wallpaper. As Eleanor's eyes adjusted to the darkness, she noticed faint marks scratched into the wall near the floor, tiny, desperate claw marks, as though someone had tried to escape but had been trapped. She ran her fingers over the grooves, feeling the jagged edges under her skin, and an icy shiver ran down her spine. She remembered Mrs. Hawthorne's words about Emma Walker, the girl who had disappeared without a trace. The sorrow and pain that had lingered in the librarian's voice resonated in Eleanor's mind. The mansion wasn't just haunted, it was a prison, a place where Emma's spirit was bound. It was a prison, a place where Emma's spirit was bound, unable to find peace. The silence was heavy, almost oppressive, as she continued to explore the room. Her flashlight had dimmed to a faint glow, casting eerie shadows that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. She moved toward the dusty key. "Well, Kipperts, it's great Genmentiers, our frag style. The carrier's bedstrings is a good knife of their own bookshelf." Her fingers trailing along the spines of forgotten books. Titles faded with age and neglect lined the shelves, their contents sealed away like the secrets of the mansion. One book, however, caught her eye, a small leather-bound journal with a cracked spine. She pulled it from the shelf, brushing away a layer of dust that clouded the air like smoke. The cover bore the initials, B. and her heart skipped a beat as she realized it must have belonged to Emma Walker herself. Eleanor opened the journal, her eyes scanning the fragile, handwritten pages. Emma's words were faint, scrawled in a child's hand, each letter etched with innocence and hope. As she read, Eleanor felt a strange connection to Thea's young girl, as though she were reading a message sent through time. Today, Mama let me play in the garden. She says I have to be careful and not wander too far. But I saw someone in the woods. She was wearing a dress like mine, but her face was wine. But her face was sad. I tried to call to her, but she disappeared into the trees. The words struck Eleanor like a physical blow. The description matched the figure that Grace had seen in the house, the woman with the sad eyes and the old-fashioned dress. Mother's spirit, perhaps, lingering in the mansion, searching endlessly for her lost child. Eleanor's pulse quickened as she turned the page, her fingers trembling. The next entry was written in a shaky hand, the letters uneven and rushed. Mama says I must stay inside, but I hear her calling to me. She stands in the garden at night, watching, waiting. I want to go to her, but I'm afraid. Mama says I must never go into the woods at night, but sometimes I feel like she's saying no or me, sister. Shall I go to the woods at night? But sometimes I feel like she's calling me from the other side of the trees. The entry ended abruptly, leaving Eleanor with an overwhelming sense of loss and fear. She could almost hear Emma's voice, a frightened whisper echoing through the years, trapped within whisper echoing through the years, the pages of the journal. As she clutched the journal to her chest, a chill settled over the room, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, each one growing louder as they approached. Eleanor held her breath, her heart racing as she listened to the approaching steps, feeling the air grow colder with each passing second. Suddenly, the door to the room creaked open, revealing a figure standing, her face pale and gaunt, her hollow eyes fixed on Eleanor with a look of unspeakable sorrow. She wore a long, tattered dress, its fabric worn and faded, and her hair hung in loose, tangled waves around her face. The woman's eyes held a depth around face. The woman's eyes held a depth of sadness that made Eleanor's chest tighten, as though she could feel the weight of years of grief pressing down on her. She took a step forward, her hand reaching out, and Eleanor felt a chill spread through her body, freezing her in place. "Please," the woman whispered, her voice barely audible. "Help her? Find her?" Eleanor's mind reeled as she struggled to make sense of the apparition before her. She knew instinctively that this was Emma's mother, a spirit bound to the mansion by her undying love for her lost child. The woman's gaze held Eleanor captive, and she felt an overwhelming urge to help, to break the chains that bound this spirit to a lifetime of searching. Gathering her courage, Eleanor stepped forward, reaching out to the woman. "I will," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I'll help you find her. I promise." The woman's face softened, and for a brief moment Eleanor saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but as quickly as it appeared, the vision faded, leaving Eleanor alone in the empty room, the chill lingering like a ghostly echo. Determined to fulfill her promise, Eleanor returned to her room that night, the journal clutched tightly in her hands. She knew that the answers lay within the pages of Emma's diary, and she spent hours reading, piecing together the fragments of the young girl's life, trying to understand the events that had led to her disappearance. The night was long and filled with whispers, shadows with whispers, shadows dancing on the walls, and the feeling of unseen eyes watching her every move. But Eleanor pushed her fears aside, driven by a sense of duty to help the spirits find peace by morning. She had uncovered a dark truth hidden within the pages of Emma's diary, a secret that had bound the souls of the mansion in eternal unrest. She knew now that the journey to freeing the spirits would not be easy, and that the mansion held even more secrets waiting to be unearthed. As the first light of the Nictincabayal dawn broke through the windows, Eleanor prepared herself for what lay ahead, knowing that she was now entwined with the fate of the mansion and the restless spirits that called it home. As the morning sun crept through the cracks in the mansion's old windows, Eleanor felt a newfound resolve settle within her. The weight of Emma's diary was heavy in her hands, and with every page she turned, she was transported deeper into the tragic story of a little girl lost in the shadows of the past. She knew that this diary held only a glimpse of what had happened, fragments of a mystery that demanded to be solved. Eleanor made her way downstairs, drawn by an instinct she I'll try and ward couldn't fully explain. The mansion was silent, bathed in the soft glow of morning light, but the shadows clung to the walls as if they were hiding something, waiting for her to uncover it. She moved through the house slowly, her fingers brushing against the faded wallpaper, feeling the pulse of the mansion beneath her fingertips, as though it were a living, breathing entity. As she wandered, she found herself in the old dining room, a grand space with a long, polished table covered in dust. The chairs were arranged around it, frozen in time, as if the ghosts of the past were still seated there, waiting for a meal that would never come. She could almost picture Emma's family gathered around the table, laughter and voices filling the room. But now, only silence remained, and the air was thick with sorrow. Eleanor's gaze fell upon the massive fireplace at the far end of the room. Above it, a large, ornate mirror hung on the wall, its surface clouded with when the wall hung on the wall, its surface clouded with age. She approached it slowly, her own reflection barely visible in the tarnished glass. But as she looked closer, she thought she saw movement, shadows shifting behind her, fleeting glimpses of figures that disappeared the moment she turned around. Her heart raced, but she couldn't tear herself away from the mirror. She leaned in, her breath fogging the glass as she tried to peer beyond the surface. Just then, a faint voice whispered, soft and almost imperceptible, "Remember us?" Eleanor gasped, stepping back from the mirror. The voice was a faint echo, like a memory trapped within the glass. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cold surface, and felt a sudden surge of emotions, grief, anger, fear, all crashing over her like a wave. She stumbled back, clutching Emma's diary to her chest, as the weight of the mansion's tragic history pressed down on her. Determined to find answers, Eleanor continued to explore the house, each room revealing new clues that hinted at the dark events that had unfolded within these walls. In the library, she found books with strange markings, scribbled in the margins, cryptic symbols and phrases that seemed to hold a hidden meaning. She spent hours poring over them, trying to decipher their secrets, but the meaning eluded her, leaving her with more questions than answers. It was in the mansion's cellar that she made her most chilling discovery yet. The cellar was cold and damp, filled with the musty smell of decay. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and the walls were lined with shelves of dusty, forgotten bottles. She held her flashlight high, its beam cutting through the darkness, revealing a narrow passageway at the far end of the room. The passage was hidden behind a stack of old crates, its entrance barely visible. Eleanor hesitated, her heart pounding, but something compelled her to move forward. She squeezed through the narrow gap, her breath shallow as she descended deeper into the mansion's forgotten depths. The air grew colder as she moved through the passage, the silence oppressive. The walls were rough, carved from stone, and the floor was uneven, forcing her to step carefully. She could step carefully, feel the weight of the earth pressing down on her, and the darkness seemed to close in, swallowing her whole. At the end of the passage, she found a small, hidden room. The walls were covered in strange symbols, similar to those she had seen in the library, but here they were etched deeply into the stone, as though someone had carved them with a desperate hand. In the center of the room, she saw a small, makeshift altar, draped in a tattered cloth. A single candle, long since sorted as for use, extinguished, sat upon it, surrounded by small trinkets, lockets, rings, and other personal items that looked worn and old. Eleanor felt a chill run down her spine as she realized the significance of the room. It was a place of mourning. It was a place of mourning. A hidden shrine to those who had been lost. She knelt down, her fingers brushing over the trinkets, and felt a deep sadness wash over her, as though the very walls were weeping. As she sat in the darkness, the shadows seemed to shift, coalescing into vague, ghostly forms. She could see them figures standing around her, their faces obscured, their eyes filled with sorrow. They were the lost souls of the mansion, bound to this place by tragedy and despair. One figure stepped forward, a young woman with hollow eyes and a haunted expression. She reached out, her hand passing through Eleanor's shoulder, sending a chill through her body. The woman's lips moved, but no sound escaped. Yet Eleanor understood her plea, a silent, desperate cry for release. "I'll help you," Eleanor whispered, her voice trembling. "I'll find a way to free you." The figures faded, leaving Eleanor alone in the cold, dark room. She rose to her feet, her resolve hardening. She knew now that the mansion's spirits were not malevolent. They were trapped, bound to the house by an unbreakable chain of grief and loss. And she was determined to break that chain, to bring peace to the souls that lingered in the shadows. Returning to the main part of the house, Eleanor spent the following days researching, uncovering every detail she could about the Walker family. She learned that Emma's mother had been deeply involved in mysticism, seeking ways to communicate with her lost daughter. The symbols she had found throughout the house were part of an ancient ritual, one that was meant to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. But something had gone wrong. Instead of reuniting mother and child, the ritual had bound their spirits to the mansion, trapping them in a perpetual state of mourning. Eleanor realized that she would need to complete the ritual to free them, to break the curse that held them captive. On the night of the full moon, Eleanor gathered the items she would need: a candle, a locket she had found in the cellar, and a handful of herbs she had read about in the ritual instructions. She prepared the altar in the small, hidden room, her hands steady despite the fear that gnawed at her. As she lit the candle, a soft, eerie light filled the room, casting long shadows on the walls. She held the locket close, whispering the words she had memorized, words meant to guide the spirits to the afterlife. "Walker," she murmured, her voice trembling. "If you can hear me, I am here to set you free. Find peace and let go of this world." The candle flickered, and for a brief moment, Eleanor thought she saw a figure standing beside her, a little old girl with wide, innocent eyes, her face etched with sadness. Emma's spirit lingered, her gaze filled with a gratitude that brought tears to Eleanor's eyes. Slowly, Emma's form began to fade, dissolving into the shadows. Spread through her, a gentle, comforting presence that wrapped around her like a protective cloak. She knew, in that moment, that the spirits had been freed, that the mansion's curse had finally been lifted. As she left the room, Eleanor felt a sense of peace settle over her. The shadows were gone, the whispers silenced. The mansion, once a place of sorrow and despair, was now a sanctuary of memories, a reminder of the love that had endured even beyond death. Eleanor stepped out. Eleanor stepped out into the dawn, her heart light with the knowledge that she had done what she could to bring peace to those who had been lost. The mansion was no longer haunted, but alive with the quiet presence of those who had finally found rest. Days after Eleanor completed the ritual, an unexpected calm settled over the mansion. The air felt lighter, as if the heavy, oppressive weight that had once filled each room had lifted, allowing sunlight to seep through in a way that felt warm and welcoming. Eleanor had begun to feel a strange sense of ownership over the mansion, as if she were now its protector, yet something tugged at her, a feeling that her work was not entirely done. One evening, Eleanor sat with the diary. She'd found the fragile, faded journal that had once belonged to Emma Walker. She turned its pages slowly, feeling as though the words were whispering secrets directly to her. There was a page she hadn't seen before. A few words faintly scrawled, as if hastily written. "Find me by the willow tree. Beneath its roots lies the heart of the house." The message sent a chill down her spine, and she knew she had to follow it, even if the thought of disturbing the ground beneath the old willow tree felt unsettling. Eleanor had noticed the tree from her first days at the mansion, a massive, ancient willow, whose branches cascaded like curtains down to the ground, shrouding its base in shadow. She'd never dared to approach it, as though those trees you grabbing for a child set to revolve. Some invisible force was keeping her away, but now, with renewed resolve, she gathered a lantern, a small trowel, and a heavy jacket before venturing outside. The night was silent, the air crisp as she approached the willow. The moon was silent, high, casting an eerie light over the tree's twisted branches. Eleanor took a deep breath and stepped forward, brushing aside the hanging branches and crouching down at its roots. She began to dig, her hands moving slowly, feeling a strange reverence, as though she were disturbing a long-buried memory. The earth was cold and damp, but after a few minutes of digging, her trowel struck something hard. She brushed away the soil, revealing a small wooden box, its surface withered with oil. "Why new shots stay right here? That's a very red McShownar will break you." As surface weathered age. With trembling hands, she opened the box, finding inside a collection of objects that seemed out of place: small toys, pieces of jewelry, and letters written in a child's scrawl. Among the items was a note, carefully folded and yellowed with time. Eleanor held it up, her heart racing as she read the faint words. "Dear Mama, I am here with you, always. Please don't cry. I'll be here until you're ready to leave with me. I love you." Eleanor's throat tightened as she realized that Emma had written this note for her mother. It was a final message, one last attempt to bridge the gap between life and death, to assure her mother that she was still near, watching over her. Eleanor understood then that this tree, this very spot, was the heart of the mansion, the place where love and loss were forever entwined. As she held the note, Eleanor felt a shift in the air. A soft breeze rustled through the branches, and for a moment she thought she saw two figures standing together beneath the tree, Emma and her mother, their forms shimmering in the moonlight. They stood hand in hand, their faces peaceful, and Eleanor felt a wave of warmth wash over her, a feeling of gratitude that seemed to radiate from the spirits themselves. They nodded at her, their expressions filled with a quiet joy, before slowly fading into the night, their souls finally at rest. Eleanor wiped a tear from her cheek, placing the note back in the box and carefully burying it once more. She knew that the house and the willow tree would hold these memories forever, a testament to the bond that could not be broken, even by death. As she walked back to the mansion, Eleanor felt an overwhelming sense of peace. She had helped the spirits find closure, and in doing so, she had found a purpose, a connection to the history of this place that she knew would stay with her forever. For years, Michael had heard stories about the small, secluded cabin deep in the woods of Crayford. Hidden off the beaten path, it was said to have been abandoned for decades, an old hunting lodge that the forest had nearly reclaimed. The locals whispered about it as though it held dark secrets, warning curious hikers to steer clear. But to Michael and his friends, the stories sounded like a perfect adventure. One crisp October morning, Michael and his three closest friends, Jason, Claire, and Lila, set out on a weekend trip to Crayford. They were all city kids, used to the concrete and bustling noise, and the promise of a quiet retreat felt like an escape. Michael, the most daring of the group, had suggested they venture into the woods to find the cabin. To him, it was more than a simple trip. It was a test of courage, a way to experience the thrill that city life could never provide. The drive was long, winding through narrow roads that twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the unknown. The trees loomed over the car, thick with autumn leaves that blocked out the sun, casting a perpetual shadow over the road. As they reached the edge of the forest, Jason parked the car, and they reached the edge of the forest. Jason parked the car, and they gathered their bags, filled with supplies for a weekend in the wild. "Are you sure about this?" Claire asked, her voice laced with doubt as she glanced at the dense trees surrounding them. "Come on, Claire," Michael replied with a grin, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "It's just an old cabin. Nothing's going to happen." Despite his confident words, Michael felt a faint chill run down his spine. He ignored it, brushing off the feeling as simple excitement. They followed an old, barely visible trail, Michael leading the way, his compass and map in hand. After hours of trekking through the undergrowth, the forest seemed to grow darker, more oppressive. The air felt thick, and an unnatural silence hung over the woods, as though even the birds dared not break the stillness. Claire, usually talkative, had grown quiet, her gaze darting between the towering trees. Finally, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, they saw it, the cabin. It stood in a small clearing, half hidden by vines and overgrown weeds. The wood was aged and weathered, with sections of the walls missing and the windows shattered. The roof sagged, and the door hung loosely on its hinges. But despite its dilapidated state, the cabin had a strange allure, a sense that it had been waiting, watching, as if it had been waiting, watching, as if it had been waiting, held memories buried beneath its crumbling walls. "Looks cozy," Jason joked, his attempt to lighten a mood falling flat as the others stared at the cabin in silence. They stepped forward cautiously, crossing the threshold into the cabin. The air was stale and cold, smelling of damp wood and decay. Dust floated in the beams of their flashlights as they examined the room, revealing broken furniture and rotting wood. There was an old stone fireplace at the far end, its edges blackened with soot. As they settled in, setting their sleeping bags in a circle around the fireplace, Claire shivered, rubbing her arms. "Why is it so cold in here?" she whispered, her breath visible in the freezing air. Michael shrugged, though he felt it too, a chill that seemed to sink into his bones, colder than the autumn air outside. He glanced around, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over them. They were just tired, he told himself. After all, it had been a long hike. They lit a small fire in the fireplace, and the warmth eased some of the tension in the room. They shared stories, laughing and joking, the crackling of the fire filling the silence. But as the night wore on, the laughter faded, and a heavy quiet settled over the cabin. Lila was the first to notice it. "Do you guys hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. They all froze, listening intently. At first, there was nothing but the crackling of the fire, but then, faint and almost imperceptible, they heard it, a soft, rhythmic thumping, like footsteps echoing from somewhere deep within the cabin. Michael's heart raced as he tried to place the sound. "It's just the wind," he said, though he didn't believe his own words. But the sound persisted, growing louder until it seemed to be coming from just outside the door. Jason's face was pale, his hands clenched tightly around his flashlight. Maybe it's an animal," Claire suggested, though her voice trembled, betraying her fear. Michael stood, his flashlight in hand, and took a cautious step toward the door. He pressed his ear against the wood, listening. The footsteps had stopped, leaving only silence. He let out a breath, relieved, and turned back to the group. But then, without warning, the door swung open with a loud creak, as though pushed by an invisible hand. They all jumped back, their flashlights cutting through the darkness beyond the door, but there was nothing there, only the dense forest, silent and unmoving. A chill ran down Michael's spine, and he quickly closed the door, bolting it shut. The group exchanged uneasy glances, each of them feeling the same creeping dread. "This place is strange," Lila whispered, clutching her flashlight like a lifeline. The others nodded, too unsettled to speak. They huddled closer to the fire, each of them aware that sleep would not come easily. The cabin seemed to breathe around them, the old wood creaking and groaning as though alive. As the night dragged on, they took turns keeping watch, their eyes darting to every shadow, every flicker of movement. The footsteps never returned, but an unshakable sense of dread lingered, filling the air like a heavy fog. In the early hours of the morning, as the first light of dawn began to filter through the broken windows, they finally allowed themselves to relax, their exhaustion overpowering their fear. But as Michael drifted off, a thought gnawed at the back of his mind, a sense that the cabin had only just begun to reveal its secrets. As dawn broke over the forest, Michael was the first to wake, his body stiff from the cold ground. The fire had died during the night, leaving only embers and a faint warmth in its wake. He glanced around the cabin, feeling a strange sense of relief that daylight had returned. The eerie sounds of the previous night felt distant, almost like a dream, but the unease lingered. One by one, the others stirred, blinking as they adjusted to the morning light that filtered through the cracks in the cabin walls. Lila stretched, her face pale as she avoided looking at the door. "Did anyone else hear footsteps last night?" she asked quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. Jason gave a short, humorless laugh. "Yeah, and I kept thinking it was just an animal, but now..." His words trailed off as he glanced at the door, his expression troubled, wrapping her jacket tighter around herself. "It felt like someone was out there, watching us," she murmured, her eyes darting around the cabin. Michael forced a reassuring smile, though he felt the same fear gnawing at him. Look, we probably just freaked ourselves out. Old cabins make weird noises, right?" But even as he spoke, he knew his words rang hollow. There had been something unnatural about those footsteps, something deliberate. They decided to explore the surrounding area, hoping that daylight would ease their tension. The forest felt less intimidating in the morning light, the towering trees casting dappled shadows over the ground as they walked. Fallen leaves crunched underfoot, the scent of earth and pine filling the air. But even in the daylight, there was a peculiar silence. No birds singing, no rustling of small animals. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting. After a short while, they stumbled upon a small clearing. At its center stood a large, ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward. The bark was blackened, scarred by what looked like claw marks etched deeply into its surface. Lila stepped closer, running her fingers over the grooves, her expression one of both fascination and unease. "Do you think these marks were made by an animal?" she asked, turning to Michael. He shook his head slowly. The marks were too precise, too deliberate, as though someone or something had left them as a warning. I don't know, he admitted, but it doesn't look natural. Jason knelt down, inspecting something on the ground near the tree. He brushed away a layer of leaves, revealing an old, rusted hunting knife partially buried in the dirt. He picked it up, examining the blade, which was covered in dried mud and faint red stains. This thing looks ancient, he muttered, holding it up for the others to see. Claire took a step back, her eyes widening. Why would someone leave a knife here? She asked, her voice trembling. Michael frowned, a sense of dread creeping over him. Maybe it belonged to one of the hunters who used to come out here. He suggested, though he didn't fully believe it himself. The knife felt out of place, like a relic from a dark past. They returned to the cabin, the strange discovery hanging over them like a dark cloud. Jason placed the knife on the fireplace mantel, its rusty blade catching the light in a way that seemed almost ominous. They spent the rest of the day exploring the area, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. But the silence of the forest weighed heavily on them. As evening approached, they gathered around the fire once more, their laughter and conversation subdued. The memory of the footsteps and the eerie silence of the forest lingered in their minds, a reminder of the strange events they had yet to fully understand. Do you think the stories about this place are true? Lila asked suddenly, her eyes reflecting the glow of the fire. What stories? Claire asked, her gaze wary. Michael shifted uncomfortably, realizing he hadn't told them everything he'd heard about the cabin. He hesitated, then spoke in a low voice. I heard some locals say that people used to go missing here. Hunters, hikers. They'd disappear, and no one would ever find them. Some think it's because of the forest, that it keeps people, Jason scoffed, though his expression betrayed his unease. Come on, that's just a story to scare tourists. People gone, that's just a story to scare tourists. Missing in the woods all the time. Maybe, Michael replied, though the words felt hollow. But we can't deny that something's off about this place, the fire crackled, filling the silence that followed, and they sat in uneasy contemplation. As darkness fell, they retreated into their sleeping bags, the warmth of the fire fading as they lay in the dim light. The silence grew oppressive, wrapping around them like a suffocating blanket. Lila and Claire huddled closer, together, their faces tense, while Michael and Jason lay on opposite sides, their eyes scanning the shadows. Just as Michael was about to drift off, he heard it again, the soft, rhythmic thumping that had haunted them the night before. He heard it again, the soft, rhythmic thumping that had haunted them the night before. Tensed, his eyes wide open as he strained to listen. The sound was closer this time, the footsteps slow and deliberate, as though someone were pacing outside the cabin. He glanced at Jason, who met his gaze, his expression one of terror. They didn't dare move, barely breathing as the footsteps grew louder, circling the cabin. The air felt colder, and Michael's breath came in short, shallow gasps. The footsteps stopped, and for a brief, agonizing moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, the door creaked open, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Michael's heart raced as he struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. There was no one there, no figure, no shadow, just an empty doorway leading into the dark forest. He could feel an invisible presence, a cold, unearthly energy that seemed to seep into the cabin, filling the room with a sense of dread. He wanted to close the door, to shut out whatever lurked beyond, but his body wouldn't obey. It was as though he were paralyzed, held captive by the fear that gripped him. Finally, the door swung shut on its own, the heavy thud echoing through the cabin. The footsteps faded into silence, leaving the group huddled together, too terrified to speak. They lay awake for hours, their eyes wide open, each of them listening for the return of the footsteps. But the night passed in silence, the strange presence fading with the first light of dawn. When morning came, they gathered their things, deciding to leave the cabin. The sense of adventure had been replaced by a primal fear, an instinct to survive that overpowered their curiosity. But as they turned to leave, Michael glanced back, his gaze lingering on the cabin. Couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching them, that something within the shadows was waiting, biding its time. And as they walked away, the forest seemed to close in around them. The silence heavy with unspoken secrets, the memories of those who had come before and never left. After they packed up and left the cabin behind, the group walked in silence, the weight of their experience settling heavily on them. The eerie presence of the previous night had stripped away any thrill they'd felt about the trip, leaving only an uneasy quiet. As they made their way back toward the trail, the forest seemed to press in on them, the towering trees creating a dark canopy that blocked out much of the morning light. Michael led the cheers that Cole how was partners. Sobster crime daced I thought Jow lay. His eyes fixed on the compass in his hand, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The trail they'd followed to reach the cabin seemed to have vanished overnight, replaced by dense thickets and tangled roots that made it nearly impossible to walk in a straight line. Jason, who had been quiet since they left, finally spoke up, his voice low. Erwe, lost? Michael stopped, glancing around as he tried to find some familiar landmark, anything that could guide them. But everything looked the same trees, the same thick underbrush, as if the forest itself were shifting around them, leading into them deeper into its heart. We can't be lost, he insisted, though he didn't fully believe it himself. We just need to keep moving. They continued walking, each of them growing more tense with every step. The silence of the forest felt unnatural, oppressive, as though the very air were thick with secrets. Even Claire, who had been the most reluctant to come on the trip, kept glancing over her shoulder, her face pale with fear. As they rounded a bend, they came upon a small oak clearing. At its center stood a weathered stone marker, its surface covered in moss and lichen. The stone was tall and narrow, with strange symbols carved into its surface, symbols that seemed both ancient and familiar, like a forgotten language etched into the earth. What is this? Lila whispered, her eyes wide as she took a step back. Michael knelt down, brushing away the moss to reveal more of the markings. The symbols were faint, worn away by time, but he could make out a few shapes, circles, crosses, and strange, jagged lines that formed a spiral pattern. I've seen these before, he murmured, his mind racing as he tried to remember where. Claire took a step closer, her gaze fixed on the stone. Do you think it's some kind of grave? The thought sent a chill down Michael's spine, and he quickly stood up, wiping his hands on his jeans. The idea that they were standing in a place where someone had been buried, lost to time and forgotten by the world, filled him with a deep sense of dread. We should keep moving, he said, his voice tight. We need to find the trail before it gets dark. But as they turned to leave, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a faint, mournful sound, a whisper, almost too quiet to hear, that seemed to come from the very ground beneath their feet. Stay! The word was barely audible, but it sent a shiver down each of their spines. They exchanged uneasy glances, the fear in their eyes, reflecting back at one another. Michael's heart raced as he tried to push away the feeling that something was terribly, terribly wrong. Did you hear that? Jason asked, his voice barely above a whisper. They all nodded, their faces pale as they looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. But the clearing was empty, silent once more, as though the whisper had been nothing more than an after, a figment of their imagination. Let's go, Claire urged, her voice trembling. She grabbed Lila's arm, pulling her toward the edge of the clearing. Michael led the way, his pace quickening as they left the stone marker behind. But the further they should carrying, trace size, the menker vitriculav, anodai zero. They walked, the more disoriented they became. The trees grew denser, the undergrowth thicker, and the light dimmed as dark clouds gathered overhead, casting a shadow over the forest. After what felt like hours of wandering, they stumbled upon hours of wandering. They stumbled upon another clearing. Michael's heart sank as he realized it was the same clearing, the same stone marker standing at its center, the symbols etched into its surface. This isn't possible, Lila whispered, her voice filled with panic. We've been walking in circles. Jason clenched his fists, his face twisted with frustration. How is that even possible? We've been walking in the same direction this whole time. Michael took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Maybe we should rest for a while. We can figure out what to do once we've had a chance to calm down. Reluctantly, they agreed, settling down in the clearing as they tried to make sense of their situation. The forest was silent, save for the faint rustling of leaves as the wind picked up, carrying with it a chill that seemed to seep into their bones. As they sat into their bones, in uneasy silence, Claire suddenly spoke, her voice low. Do you guys remember the stories? The ones about the people who went missing here? They all turned to her, their faces pale as they nodded. The stories had been part of what drew them to the cabin. Tales of hikers who had ventured into the forest, never to return. But now, those stories felt all too real, the weight of them settling over them like a dark cloud. I always thought they were just stories, Claire continued, her voice shaking. But what if they're true? Michael's mind raced as he tried to come up with a rational explanation, something that would make sense of the strange occurrences. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that there was no logical explanation. The forest was an enigma, a place that seemed to defy reason, and he was beginning to understand why the locals had warned them to stay away. Just then, the wind picked up again, swirling through the clearing in a gust that sent leaves and dirt flying. The air grew colder, and a low, mournful sound filled the clearing, like the distant wail of a lost soul. Lila clutched Michael's arm, her face filled with terror. What? What is that? The sound grew louder, filling the air with a sense of sorrow and despair. It was a voice, but not a human voice, an otherworldly moan that seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, filling the forest with a haunting melody, Michael's heart with a haunting comfort. Michael's heart raced as he stood, his eyes scanning the trees. He could feel the presence of something unseen, something that watched them from the shadows, waiting for them to make a move. We have to get out of here, he said, his voice filled with out of here. He said, his voice filled with urgency. Now. The others didn't need to be told twice. They grabbed their bags, following Michael as he led them back into the forest, their footsteps echoing in the silent woods. But no matter how far they walked, the sound followed them, growing louder, more insistent, as though the forest itself were trying to hold them in its grasp. They stumbled over roots and branches, their hearts pounding as they pushed forward, desperation driving them onward. But the forest seemed driving them onward, endless, a labyrinth of shadows and trees that twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the unknown. Finally, they broke through the undergrowth, finding themselves at the edge of a cliff. Below, the forest stretched out like a sea of a cliff. Below, the forest stretched out like a sea of darkness, and they could see the cabin in the distance, a small speck amidst the endless trees. Michael felt a surge of relief, but it was short-lived. As they looked down, They saw figures moving among the trees, shadowy shapes that darted between the trunks, their forms indistinct but unmistakably human. What are they? Lila whispered, her voice filled with terror. Michael couldn't answer. He could only stare, his heart pounding as he watched the figures move closer, their movements slow and deliberate, like predators stalking their prey. They had entered the forest willingly, but now, as the shadows closed in, they realized that the forest had no intention of letting them go. As the shadowy figures moved closer, Michael felt a primal fear grip him. They were far from safety. Surrounded by a forest that seemed to close in with every passing second, the dense canopy of branches above turned the midday sky into twilight, casting a dim, eerie glow over the cliffside. Every instinct told him to run, but he knew they were trapped, with nowhere to go but down into the forest, closer to the approaching shapes. Lila clutched his arm, her nails digging into his skin. "Michael, what are they?" He forced himself to speak, though his voice was barely more than a whisper. "I don't know, but we can't stay here." Jason, always the skeptical one, was visibly shaken, his eyes darting between the cliff and the woods below. "There has to be a way out. We'll circle back around the cliff. We can find another path." His tone lacked the usual bravado, a hollow sound that betrayed his own fear. They retreated slowly, their backs pressed against the cliff's edge, moving sideways, hoping to find a path around. But the shadowy figures were relentless, their movements inhumanly smooth and silent, like shadows brought to life. As they drew nearer, Michael could make out faint details, pale faces, eyes devoid of emotion, their mouths moving soundlessly, as if chanting some unearthly incantation. Suddenly, one of the figures broke away from the group, gliding toward them. Claire gasped, stumbling as she backed into a loose patch of dirt. She clung to Michael, her face pale with terror. "Michael, please, do something," she cried, her voice trembling, with no other choice. He took a deep breath and led the group away from the cliff, pushing through the undergrowth. The forest seemed to grow darker as they moved, the shadows deepening around them, swallowing the faint light. Every step felt heavy, as though the ground were pulling them down, rooting them to the forest floor. They ran in silence, their breaths ragged, the weight of fear pressing down on them. Branches scraped against their skin, roots seemed to reach out, tripping them, as if the forest itself were conspiring against them. After what felt like an eternity, they stumbled into another clearing, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The clearing was eerily silent. The clearing was eerily silent, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Michael glanced around, trying to catch his breath. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears, each beat a reminder of the terror that had chased them here. Jason was the first to speak. His was the first to speak, voice a mixture of disbelief and desperation. "This isn't real. It can't be real. We're just lost. We'll find our way out." Michael shook his head, the hopelessness settling over him like a heavy fog. "This place, it's not normal. It's like it's keeping us here, trapping us." Lila shuddered, hugging her knees to her chest. "I've read about places like this," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "Places that are cursed, that trap anyone who enters, twisting reality, keeping them lost forever." Claire buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. "We should have listened to the locals. They warned us." The silence that followed was heavy, each of them lost in their own thoughts, their own fears. The forest seemed to press in closer, as if listening, waiting. As they sat in the clearing, a soft, almost imperceptible sound reached their ears, a faint melody, drifting through the trees like a lullaby. It was hauntingly beautiful, yet deeply unsettling. A song that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Lila tilted her head, her eyes unfocused. Do you hear that? They all nodded, each of them captivated by the melody. It was a song that seemed to reach deep into their souls, stirring emotions they couldn't explain. Michael felt a strange compulsion to follow the sound, as though the melody helped the answers they sought without thinking. He rose to his feet, moving toward the source of the music. The others followed, their movements almost trance-like. Drawn by the haunting song, they pushed through the trees, the music growing louder with each step, guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. Finally, they reached another clearing, larger than the last. At its center stood an old stone well, its edges covered in moss and vines. The melody seemed to emanate from within, echoing up from the depths. Michael approached the well, peering over the edge. The darkness within was absolute, a void that seemed to swallow the light. The melody continued, growing softer, as though retreating further into the depths. Do you think something's down there? Jason asked, his voice barely a whisper. Michael nodded, his curiosity outweighing his fear. It feels alive, like it's waiting for us. Claire shivered, backing away from the well. This place is wrong. We need to get out of here. But, Michael couldn't shake the feeling that the well held answers. Ignoring Claire's protests, he searched the ground nearby, finding a loose rock. He dropped it into the well, listening as it fell, the sound echoing down into the depths. There was a long, eerie silence, and then from deep within, a voice echoed up, faint and distorted, as though coming from another world. Help me! The words sent a chill down their spines, freezing them in place. It was the voice of a child. It was the voice of a child, filled with fear and desperation, a plea that seemed to reach across time and space. Did you hear that? Lila whispered, her eyes wide with horror. They all nodded, their faces pale as they stared at the well. The voice continued, growing fainter as though receding further into the darkness. Please, help! Michael took a step back, his mind racing. The voice was real, unmistakably so. But how could there be someone down there? The well looked ancient, untouched for years. He turned to the others, his voice shaking. We have to do something. We can't just leave. Claire shook her head, fear etched into her face. Michael, this place is evil. Whatever's down there, it's not human. Jason grabbed Michael's arm, his grip tight. She's right. We don't know what we're dealing with. This place is cursed. But Michael couldn't shake the voice, the plea for help that had echoed from the well. He knew. It sounded crazy, but he felt a responsibility, a need to answer the call. We have to try, he insisted, his voice filled with determination. We came here looking for adventure. Maybe this is it. Reluctantly, the others agreed. Though fear was clear in their eyes. Michael found a length of rope nearby, old and frayed, but strong enough to hold his weight. He tied it to the edge of the well, testing it before lowering himself over the side. The darkness swallowed him as he descended, the walls of the well cold and damp. The air grew colder with each foot, the temperature dropping to an unnatural chill. He could feel the weight of the earth pressing down on him, the darkness becoming almost suffocating. As he heeled, the weight suffocating, reached the bottom, his flashlight flickered, casting a dim light over the damp stone floor. The silence was absolute, a void that seemed to absorb all sound. He looked around, his heart pounding. searching for the source of the voice. And then he saw a small, tattered doll lying in the dirt, its face smeared with mud, its eyes staring blankly into the darkness. It was old, worn, as though it had been down there for decades. Michael picked up the doll, a chill running down there for decades. Michael picked up the doll, his spine. The air grew colder, and he felt a presence, something ancient and malevolent, watching him from the shadows. Just then, the voice echoed again, closer this time, filling the darkness with a chilling whisper. "Help me?" Michael's heart raced as he looked around. His flashlight flickering the darkness seemed to close in, the walls of the well pressing closer, as though the forest itself were trying to trap him. He scrambled up the rope, his hands slipping on the damp stone, desperate to escape. As he climbed, he felt something cold brush against his leg, a whisper of movement in the darkness. When he finally reached the top, the others pulled him out, their faces filled with relief and fear. He collapsed, filled with relief and fear, on the ground, gasping for breath, the doll still clutched in his hand. They didn't speak, the weight of the experience settling over them like a dark cloud, the voice, the well, the forest. It all felt like a nightmare they couldn't wake. And as they left the clearing, the faint melody resumed, drifting through the trees, a reminder that the forest was watching, waiting, its secrets hidden in the shadows. The silence among the group grew heavier as they left the clearing. Each of them was burdened by a sense of dread they couldn't shake. The forest had become something sinister, a dark presence lurking around every tree, hiding in the shadows, whispering secrets they were never meant to hear. Michael held the doll tightly, feeling its weight as if it were an anchor to something dark and ancient. They trudged through the dense undergrowth, the path unclear and winding. The trees seemed to close in tighter, forming a maze that left them more and more disoriented. The forest had transformed from an adventure into a trap, and the looming canopy above blocked out the light, casting everything in shadow. "Are we going the right way?" Lila's voice was barely a whisper, tinged with desperation. She scanned the forest, her eyes wide, as if expecting something to leap from behind the trees at any moment. Michael checked his compass, but the needle spun erratically, unable to settle on a direction. I don't know," he admitted, his voice strained. The realization hit him hard. They were truly lost. The group exchanged anxious glances, the reality of their situation sinking in. The path they'd taken to the cabin seemed to have vanished, replaced by thick brambles and twisted roots that reached out like grasping fingers. It was as if the forest itself was alive, shifting and reshaping to keep them trapped. Hours passed, marked only by their growing fatigue and fear. The sun, hidden behind thick clouds, offered no sense of time, and soon it became impossible to tell how long they'd been walking. Every tree looked the same, and the eerie silence pressed down on them, amplifying every silence pressed down on them, amplifying every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. Eventually, they stumbled upon a small, overgrown clearing. At its center was a circle of stones, arranged in a way that seemed deliberate, as though marking something ancient and forgotten. In the middle of the circle was a patch of bare earth, dark and disturbed, as if freshly dug. Claire stepped forward cautiously, her gaze fixed on the stones. "This, it feels like a grave." Michael's eyes narrowed as he studied the ground. The bare earth seemed to pulse with a strange energy, an almost magnetic pull that drew him closer. The doll in his hand felt heavy, as though it were connected to whatever lay beneath the soil. Jason took a step back, his face pale. "We need to get out of here. This place, it's wrong." All of it, but Michael couldn't move. He knelt by the disturbed earth, a strange compulsion driving him to dig, to uncover whatever was hidden beneath. His fingers clawed at the dirt. heedless of the fair scratches and scrapes that covered his hands. Lila grabbed his shoulder, trying to pull him back. "Michael, stop! You don't know what's down there." But he ignored her, his hands digging deeper, driven by an inexplicable need to find what lay buried. And then, with a final scrape of his fingers, he uncovered something hard and cold, a small metal box, rusted and worn by time. He lifted it from the earth, his breath catching as he held it in his hands. The box was covered in strange symbols, similar to the ones they'd seen on the stone marker earlier. It felt heavy, filled with secrets that had been hidden away for centuries. Claire took a step back, her face twisted in fear. "Don't open it, Michael. Whatever's inside, it's not meant for us." But he couldn't resist. His fingers trembled as he pried open the lid, revealing a collection of old, faded letters, tied letters, together with a frayed piece of ribbon. Beneath the letters lay a small lock of hair, brittle and yellowed with age. He unfolded one of the letters, his hands shaking as he read the faded, spidery handwriting.
"To whoever finds this, I beg you, whoever finds this, I beg you,
leave this place. The forest holds our sins, our secrets, and our sorrow. Those who stay are doomed to become part of it, bound by its darkness. Leave before it claims you as it claimed us." The words sent a chill down his spine, and he quickly closed the box, his heart pounding. The message was clear. This forest was cursed, a place that trapped souls and held them in eternal darkness. And now, they were part of it. Jason looked at him, his face pale. "Michael, we need to leave now." But as they turned to go, a soft whisper drifted through the clearing, carried by a cold, unnatural wind. "Stay!" The word echoed in their minds, filling them with a terror that rooted them in place. The shadows around them grew darker, twisting and shifting, forming shapes that seemed almost human. They watched, frozen, as the shadows solidified, taking on the forms of the people who had come before them, lost souls trapped by the forest, bound to its darkness, one to its darkness. By one, the shadows stepped forward, their faces pale and hollow, their eyes empty. They reached out, their hands outstretched, as though begging for release, for freedom from the forest's grip. Michael stumbled back, his heart racing as he tried to escape the grasping hands, but the shadows moved closer, their whispers filling the air, growing louder, more insistent. "Help us! Free us!" Lila screamed, clutching at Michael's arm. "Michael, do something!" But he was paralyzed, trapped by the weight of the forest's curse, the realization that there was no escape. The forest had claimed them, as it had claimed all those before, binding them to its darkness. Jason and Claire pulled him back, their voices desperate as they urged him to run. They turned and fled, the shadows close behind, their whispers filling the air, growing louder, more desperate. They ran through the forest, their breaths ragged, the shadows pursuing them, reaching out with hands that seemed to stretch and lengthen, grasping at their clothes, their hair. Every step was a struggle, the ground seeming to pull them back, trapping them in the forest's embrace. Just as they thought they couldn't go any further, they stumbled out of the trees and into a familiar clearing. The cabin stood before them, dark and silent, its windows like empty eyes watching them with an unfeeling gaze. They collapsed against the door, gasping for breath, their bodies shaking with fear and exhaustion. The shadows had stopped at the edge of the clearing, hovering just beyond the tree line, watching them with hollow eyes. For a moment, they thought they were safe, but then the whispers returned, faint and distant, drifting through the air like a ghostly chant. "You can't leave. You belong to the forest." Michael's heart sank as he realized the truth. The The forest had marked them, bound them to its curse. They were part of it now, their souls forever tied to its darkness. They retreated into the cabin, barricading the door, their breaths shallow as they listened to the whispers outside, the faint sound of footsteps moving around the cabin. The shadows watched them, waiting, patient and unrelenting. And as the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, filling the cabin with the sound of lost souls, of voices trapped in the darkness, calling out for release. But Michael knew there was no escape. They were part of the forest now, bound to its secrets, its sorrow, and its shadows. The forest had claimed them, as it had claimed all who had come before. And in the darkness, as the shadows closed in, they understood the true horror of the forest, that once you entered, you could never leave. Emma Lane had never felt a deep connection to her family. Growing up, her childhood memories were a collection of brief, uncomfortable visits to her mother's side of the family, filled with silences and sidelong glances. But after her mother's side, at the family of Kelkshires, and your Gerrit's sudden passing, Emma found herself the last living member of the Lane family, with only one item left to her name: a massive, remote manor, perched on the outskirts of a town she hadn't seen in years. The locals called it the Silent Manor, a title earned from generations of isolation and rumor. It was a place spoken of in whispers, a manor avoided by the town folk and hidden among towering trees and mist-covered hills, even from a distance. The house loomed like a shadow against the sky, its stone walls darkened by years of neglect. After the long drive, Emma approached the manor's grand gates, which creaked open with a rusty groan. The path leading up to the house was overgrown, thick with brambles that scraped against her legs as she walked. The manor itself stood tall, its windows dark and empty, like hollow eyes staring back at her. Vines crawled up the sides, twisting around the columns and railings, as though nature itself was trying to reclaim the building. Steeling herself, she stepped through the massive front doors, her footsteps echoing in the vast, empty foyer. The air inside was cold, stale, and filled with a faint, musty scent. Dust floated in the beams of light streaming through the cracked windows, illuminating the grand staircase that spiraled up into the shadows above. The silence was palpable, pressing down on her like a weight. The entire house seemed to breathe in sync with her, as if it had been waiting for her return. Portraits lined the walls, each one a face from the Lane family's long and troubled history. Their eyes seemed to follow her as she walked, and she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though she knew she was alone. She knew she was alone. She knew she was alone. Wandered through the rooms, her fingers trailing along dusty furniture and faded wallpaper. Each room felt more forgotten than the last, frozen in time, filled with relics of lives long past. It was as though the house itself was a tomb, preserving the memories and secrets of the Lane family, waiting for someone to uncover them. That first night, Emma felt an unusual tension in the air. As darkness settled over the manor, the silence grew heavier, almost suffocating. She found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning as a strange sense of unease settled over her. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows growing deeper, stretching into shapes that shouldn't exist. Just as she was about to drift off, she heard it, a faint, indistinct whisper echoing through the stillness of her room. Her heart raced as she sat up, listening intently. The whisper was soft, almost imperceptible, but she could make out a word or two, words that seemed to come from the very word or two. Walls? Emma, return. Her skin prickled with fear, and she told herself it was just her mind playing tricks, the result of exhaustion in the unfamiliar setting. But as the whisper faded, a cold draft swept through the room. Sending a cold draft swept through the room, sending a chill down her spine. In the days that followed, Emma tried to dismiss the experience, telling herself it was nothing. But the feeling of being watched lingered, growing stronger with each passing day. The house seemed to come alive at night, without creaks and groans that echoed through the halls, as though it were settling in, preparing for something. On the third night, she heard footsteps. They were faint, distant, as though someone were walking down the hall just outside her bedroom door. She lay still, her heart pounding, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped right outside her door, and for a moment, she thought she saw a shadow pass beneath the crack. Summoning her courage, Emma got out of bed and opened the door, only to find an empty hallway stretching out before her, bathed in darkness. But as she closed the door, she noticed something that hadn't been there before: a single wilted rose lying on the floor, its petals dark and shriveled. Confused and unnerved, she picked up the rose, feeling a strange heaviness in her chest. It felt like a message, a reminder of something she couldn't quite remember. She placed the rose on her bedside table, hoping it was a one-time occurrence. But as the nights passed, more strange things began to happen. Objects moved on their own, doors creaked open without warning, and shadows flickered at the edge of her vision. The whispers grew louder, more persistent, filling the thick silence with words she couldn't understand. She began to feel as though she were being pulled deeper into the manor's secrets, drawn into a web of memories and mysteries she was never meant to uncover. One night, she awoke to find herself standing in the hallway, her hand resting on the banister of the grand staircase. She had no memory of leaving her bed, no idea how she had ended up there. But as she stood in the darkness, she felt a presence behind her, a cold, heavy weight pressing down on her shoulders. She turned slowly, her heart pounding, but there was no one there, just the silent, empty hall stretching out before her, filled with shadows that seemed to pulse with life as she made her way back to her room. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, waiting for her to uncover the truth. And she knew, deep down, that the manor held more than just memories. It held the ghosts of her family's past, waiting for her to face them. As the days wore on, Emma felt the house pulling her deeper into its grip. Each room seemed to hold a fragment of the past, a glimpse into lives she knew little of. She began exploring each day, hoping to uncover answers, to make sense of the whispers, the footsteps, and the strange, chilling presence she felt every night. But with each discovery, her fear only deepened, as if the house were deliberately keeping its secrets just out of reach. On the fifth day, Emma stumbled upon a locked door at the end of the east wing, a part of the house she hadn't yet explored. The door was old, its wood darkened with age, and the brass keyhole gleamed as though polished by years of curious hands trying to unlock it. She tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The door felt solid, immovable, as though it were guarding something important. Determined to get inside, Emma searched the house for a key, checking every drawer, every cabinet, even under loose floorboards. Finally, in a dusty corner of the library, she found a small brass key hidden beneath a pile of old newspapers. Her heart raced as she returned to the locked door. The key clutched tightly in her hand. She slipped the key into the lock, turning it slowly. The door creaked open, revealing a dark room beyond. The air inside was cold, stale, filled with the scent of decay and something faintly metallic. Emma hesitated, her instincts telling her to turn back. But her curiosity won out. She stepped inside, her eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering in from a small, cracked window. The room was sparsely furnished, with only a single chair and an old, battered desk. Dust covered every surface, and cobwebs every surface, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling like forgotten threads of the past. On the desk lay a large, leather-bound journal, its cover worn and faded with the initials Great-Grandfather Edward Lane, a man she knew little about, except for the rumors of his madness in his later years. Her fingers trembled as she opened the journal, the brittle pages crackling under her touch. The handwriting was neat, precise, yet grew increasingly erratic as she flipped through the pages. The entries were filled with strange symbols, cryptic notes, and fragmented thoughts, as though Edward's mind had unraveled within these very pages. One entry, written near the end, caught her attention. "I've seen them, the spirits that linger here. They watch, they wait. Trapped between this world and the next, I am bound to them, as is my bloodline. They are not at rest, and they never will be not. Until someone frees them." A chill ran down Emma's spine as she read the words. She could feel Edward's fear, his desperation, bleeding through the ink. The house had been haunted even in his time, plagued by spirits unable to move on, trapped by spirits unable to move on. Trapped within its walls, she continued reading, each entry growing darker, more frantic. Edward spoke of voices, of shadows that moved in the night, of things lurking just beyond sight. He wrote about strange rituals, about attempts to communicate with the spirits, to understand what kept them bound to the manor, but every attempt had ended in failure, leaving him tormented, consumed by the very forces he sought to control. Emma closed the journal, her mind racing. She felt a strange kinship with her great-grandfather, a shared sense of helplessness in the face of the unknown. The manor held secrets that spanned generations, mysteries that had driven her ancestors to madness. And now, it was her turn to confront them. She left the room. The shadows in the hallway seemed darker, more oppressive, as though they had sensed her discovery. She felt the weight of unseen eyes watching her, tracking her every step. The air grew colder, and she quickened her pace, desperate to escape the suffocating presence that lingered in the dark that night. Emma was unable to sleep. She lay in bed, the journal resting on her bedside table, the words haunting her thoughts. The whispers had returned, growing louder, more insistent, filling her mind with fragments of memories, echoes of lives that had come before. Just as she began to drift off, a sharp knock echoed through her room, jolting her awake. She sat up, her heart pounding, staring into the darkness. The knock came again, louder this time, seeming to come from within the walls themselves. She got out of bed, her hands shaking as she moved toward the door. But before she could reach it, the door swung open on its own, revealing an empty hallway beyond. The darkness seemed to pulse, alive with an unseen energy, and she could feel the house watching her, waiting for her to make a move. Swallowing her fear, Emma stepped into the hallway. The silence was thick, pressing down on her as she moved through the shadows, her footsteps echoing in the empty halls. She followed an invisible pull, a strange compulsion guiding her down the grand staircase and toward the east wing. As she reached the base wing of the staircase, she saw a figure standing at the far end of the hall, shrouded in shadow. The figure was tall, thin, with an otherworldly presence that sent a chill down her spine. She couldn't make out its features, but she could feel down her spine, its gaze heavy and unrelenting, watching her with an intensity that left her rooted in place. Who are you?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The figure didn't respond. It remained still, silent, its form shifting slightly, as though it were part of the darkness itself. And then, slowly, it raised a hand, beckoning her forward. Emma took a step back, her instinct screaming at her to run, but the compulsion was too strong, pulling her forward, deeper into the shadows. She moved closer, her heart racing, each step bringing her closer to the figure. Just as she was about to reach it, the figure vanished, dissolving into the darkness. Emma was left standing alone in the hallway, the silence pressing down on her like a weight, and then, from behind her, she heard it a soft, barely perceptible whisper. She spun around, her breath catching, but there was no one there, just the empty hallway stretching out before her, filled with shadows and silence. Emma returned to her room, her mind racing, unable to shake the feeling that she was being drawn into something far darker than she could comprehend. The house was alive, aware of her presence, and it wanted something from her back. And deep down, she knew that whatever the house was hiding, it would not rest until she had uncovered the truth. The following days passed in a blur of shadows and whispers. Emma felt herself slipping, her sense of time distorted as the house drew her deeper into its grasp. The manor seemed to be alive, breathing around her, its walls pulsing with a worry, hidden life. Each night, the whispers grew louder, the footsteps more distinct, and every room felt colder, more oppressive, as though something unseen lingered just beyond the edge of her vision. One morning, after a sleepless night, Emma stumbled into the dining room, her mind clouded with exhaustion. She stopped short when she saw the table. On its dusty surface lay a pristine white envelope, stark against the worn wood. The envelope was addressed to her in elegant script, her name written as though by a hand that knew her intimately. She reached out, hesitating, before finally lifting the envelope and opening it. Inside was a single note, the handwriting spidery and old. "Do not trust what you see. The house reveals only what it wishes you to know. If you seek the truth, descend into the cellars. There you will find what has been hidden." A chill swept through her, and she glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching her. But she was alone, the silence of the house pressing in on her. The cellars, she had avoided them since her arrival, sensing an unnatural cold emanating from the stone steps that led down into the earth. She'd told herself it was just her imagination, but now the urge to descend into the cellars was undeniable. Armed with only a flashlight and the journal she'd found, she made her way down the winding staircase. Each step echoed in the darkness, the cold air growing sharper with every level. She felt the walls close in around her as though the house itself was trapping her. When she reached the bottom, she found herself in a narrow corridor, its walls lined with crumbling stone. The cellar was silent, save for the faint dripping of water somewhere in the shadows. Emma moved forward, the beam of her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The smell of damp earth and decay filled the air, thick and suffocating. As she moved further in, she came across a set of iron doors at the Theolinidiris Volkwai, the Bredne, as she coil freestagim, Gigilwafiki the carry, and end of the corridor, their surface rusted and worn with age. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the cold metal, her heart pounding. She could feel a presence beyond the doors, something waiting for her, something that had been hidden away for years. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the doors open. The air inside was icy, filled with a strange, unearthly silence. Her flashlight flickered, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. She stepped inside, her footsteps echoing in the vast, empty space. The room was filled with strange artifacts, old mirrors, cracked and covered in dust, ancient-looking trinkets, and a series of portraits, each one depicting a member of her family. The eyes of each portrait seemed to follow her as she moved, their expressions filled with a mix of sorrow and fear. At the far end of the room, she saw a large, ornate chest, its surface carved with strange symbols that seemed to pulse in the dim light. She approached it cautiously, her hands trembling as she traced the carvings. The chest felt cold to the touch, as though it had been hidden away from the warmth of the world for centuries. With a deep breath, she lifted the lid, revealing a collection of documents, old and fragile, filled with accounts of strange rituals and family secrets. Her fingers trembled as she sifted through them, each page revealing a new horror. One document, written in the same spidery handwriting as the note, caught her eye. It was an account of a ritual performed by her great-grandfather, Edward Lane, in an attempt to bind the spirits that haunted the manor. The ritual had gone horribly wrong, trapping the spirits within the house, binding them. Houndtrau, cupping appears Cayunas, Ajayuans, spirits in the house, to the Lane family bloodline. Emma's hands shook as she read the words, the implications sinking in. The spirits, the shadows, the whispers, they were her ancestors, trapped within the walls of the house, bound by her great-grandfathers, mistake. Just then, a voice echoed through the room, soft and sorrowful. You shouldn't have come here, Emma. She froze, the flashlight slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. The beam flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move on their own. She looked around, her breath coming in short gasps as she searched for the source of the voice. In the corner of the room, she saw a figure, a woman, pale and translucent. Her eyes filled with a haunting sadness. She wore an old-fashioned dress, her hair hanging loose around her shoulders, and her gaze was fixed on Emma with an intensity that made her skin crawl. Who are you? Emma whispered, her voice trembling. The figure didn't respond. She took a step forward, her form flickering like a candle in the wind. Emma could feel the weight of her gaze, heavy and unrelenting, as though she were staring into her very So, you must undo what was done, the figure said, her voice barely above a whisper. Free us, release us from this prison. Emma took a step back, her heart pounding as the figure faded into the shadows. The air grew colder, the silence heavier, and she could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down on her, their sorrow and anger filling the room. Desperate to escape, she turned and fled, her footsteps echoing in the corridor as she ran back up the stairs. She could feel the spirits following her, their whispers filling her mind, begging for release, for freedom. When she reached the main floor, she slammed the cellar door shut, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She could still feel the presence of the spirits, lingering just beyond the door, watching, waiting. As she tried to catch her breath, a thought began to form in her mind, a way to undo the ritual, to free the spirits and release her family from the curse that bound them to the thirst that bound them to the manor. But she knew that it would not be easy, that the house would fight her every step of the way. And as she stood there, staring at the cellar door, she could feel the weight of her family's past pressing down on her. The responsibility of a family's past pressing down on her. The responsibility of undoing the mistakes of generations. The house was alive, filled with spirits trapped between worlds, bound by blood and darkness, and it would not rest until she had freed them or joined them. As the sun began to set, the manor grew darker, the shadows lengthening across the floors and walls. Emma could feel the house closing in around her, an invisible pressure building in the air. She knew that tonight was the night. If she was going to attempt to undo the ritual, she would have Kafrestes and do the ritual. She would have, to face whatever lay hidden within the house walls. After preparing herself with a flashlight and a journal, she made her way to the grand hall, where the large family portraits loomed over her. The figures in the portraits seemed more lifelike now, their eyes following her as she moved. She took a deep breath, gripping the journal tightly as she read through Edward Lane's ritual notes, trying to decipher the incantations and symbols he'd left behind. One section of the journal detailed the reversal ritual, a series of chants, symbolic gestures, and the arrangement of certain artifacts. Emma collected what she could find from the cellar, her great-grandfather's belongings scattered through the rooms, and the family heirlooms hidden in the attic. She placed each artifact in the center of the hall, arranging them in the shape of a circle, just as Edward had described. The house was silent, the oppressive stillness pressing down on her like a weight. She took a deep breath, steadying herself as she opened the journal to the final page. The chant was written in a language she didn't recognize, an ancient dialect that felt foreign, yet strangely familiar. Her voice shook as she began to recite the words, her voice echoing through the empty halls. As she chanted, the air grew colder, the temperature dropping so low that her breath became visible in the dim light. The walls seemed to tremble, the shadows flickering as though they were as though they were alive. A low hum filled the room, growing louder with each verse of the chant, vibrating through her body and setting her nerves on edge. Then, from the darkness, she saw them shadows slipping through the walls. Figures emerging from the rings, floors, their forms indistinct, yet horrifyingly real. They were her ancestors, the spirits bound to the house, their faces twisted in expressions of anguish and despair. They moved toward her, their eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. Their eyes filled with an ancient sorrow, their hands reaching out as though begging for release. Emma continued to chant, her voice growing stronger as she fought to hold her ground. She could feel the weight of their sorrow pressing down on her, a collective grief that spanned generations, a pain that had been passed down through the bloodline. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the hum. "Let this be enough. Let this set you free." The shadows began to close in, circling her as she completed the final verse of the chant. The room was filled with a blinding light, a burst of energy that knocked her off her feet, sending her sprawling across the floor. She shielded her eyes, the light so intense that it felt like it was burning through her. When the light faded, the silence returned, more profound than before. Emma opened her eyes, her vision blurry as she struggled to make sense of what had happened. The spirits were gone, the room empty, the air still. She could feel a strange warmth spreading through her, a sense of peace that hadn't been there before. She staggered to her feet, glancing around the grand hall. The portraits on the walls were different, the figures within them no longer looked sorrowful. Their wet faces softened, their eyes free of the anguish that had once haunted them. Emma felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a sense of freedom that had been absent for as long as she could remember. The house no longer felt oppressive. The shadows no longer felt oppressive. The shadows no longer alive with unseen eyes. She had done it. She had freed them. As she made her way back to her room, a soft whisper drifted through the air, gentle and filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Emma smiled, her heart light for the first time since she had arrived. The house was silent now, truly silent, the spirits at peace, the curse lifted. But as she lay in bed that night, a new thought crept into her mind, a question that lingered in the darkness. Was the house truly at peace, or had she merely awakened something far older? Something that had been waiting for the bloodline to be freed. With that final thought, she drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep, unaware of the faint shadow that lingered in the corner, watching over her with ancient, unblinking eyes. Alex Turner had always been fascinated by the stories of Ravenwood Manor, an abandoned estate nestled deep in the forests outside of town. As a historian specializing in forgotten places, he He had been drawn to its dark history. The manor had once belonged to the prestigious Blackwell family, known for their eccentricity and sudden disappearance in the winter of 1893. Locals spoke of strange lights, whispers in the night, and the soft strains of piano music drifting through the trees. When Alex finally received permission to explore the estate, he set off on a misty autumn afternoon. The drive to Ravenwood was hauntingly beautiful, the road winding through dense trees that seemed to close in around him. The sun cast long, dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the air carried a chill that promised the first frost of the season. The manor emerged through the mist like a ghostly apparition. Tall and imposing, its stone walls were covered in ivy, and the windows, once elegant, were now dark and hollow. The front door creaked as he pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty halls. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of damp wood and decay. Alex's flashlight illuminated the grand foyer, revealing a sweeping staircase and portraits of the Blackwell family that seemed to watch him with lifeless eyes. He took a deep breath and set his bag down, ready to uncover the secrets that had been hidden within these walls for over a century. As Alex began his exploration, the silence of the manor was oppressive. Each step he took stirred up dust and sent echoes bouncing off the stone walls. The portraits seemed to follow him as he moved, their painted eyes glistening in the dim light. He shivered, brushing off the feeling as a trick of the mind. He started with the library, a room filled with towering bookshelves and leather-bound volumes that smelled of age and secrets. As he ran his fingers along the spines, a sudden rustle caught his attention. He turned, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the room, but there was nothing, only the whisper of the wind outside. Just as he relaxed, a soft voice drifted through the air, so faint that he imagined it. "Why have you come?" Alex's heart skipped a beat. The voice was neither angry nor welcoming. It was curious, almost childlike. He took a cautious step forward, the floor creaking under his weight. "Hello?" he called, his voice trembling. The silence that followed was suffocating, pressing down on him like a weight. Then, a shadow moved at the edge of his vision, darting across the room. He spun around, flashlight shaking, but the room was empty once more. He let out a shaky breath, his pulse racing. He reminded himself that old houses were prone to strange noises, but deep down, he knew this was different. Determined to find answers, Alex searched through the libraries. Clutter. Behind a stack of crumbling papers, he found a leather-bound diary, its cover worn but intact. The name Margaret Blackwell was inscribed on the first page. He flipped through the entries, reading about life in Ravenwood Manor, their lavish parties, the distinguished guests, and the family's growing fascination with the occult. One entry caught his attention. November 12, 1893. "Father insists we must complete the ritual, that it is the only way to secure our legacy. But the voices grow louder each night, and I fear what we may awaken. Last night, I saw a shadow at my window, watching, waiting. I no longer feel safe in my own home." A chill ran down Alex's spine as he read the words. He glanced around the room, half expecting to see Margaret's shadowy visitor standing in the doorway. The silence pressed in on him, thicker and more oppressive than before. He closed the diary and placed it in his bag, determined to learn more. As he turned to leave the library, the sound of piano keys being pressed echoed faintly through the halls, sending a jolt of fear down his spine. The music led him to the east wing of the manor, where the grand music room awaited. The door creaked open, revealing a grand piano bathed in the pale light filtering through a cracked window. Dust particles floated in the air, and the room smelled of old wood and memories. The piano lid was open, The keys yellowed and cracked with age. Alex's fingers trembled as he reached for one of the keys. Before he could touch it, a note played, soft and haunting. He stumbled back, heart pounding, as the room seemed to darken around him. The sound continued, a slow, mournful tune that seemed to come forth from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Who are you?" he whispered, eyes darting around the room. The air grew colder, and his breath came out in puffs of white mist. The music stopped abruptly, replaced by a low, rhythmic tapping that echoed from the walls. Alex turned toward the sound. He whispered, flashlight revealing a cracked mirror on the far side of the room. In the reflection, he saw a figure, a woman in a white dress, her eyes hollow and dark, standing behind him. He spun around, but the room was empty. When he looked back at the mirror, the woman was gone, replaced by a single word scrawled in the dust on the glass. Leave. Despite the terror clawing at his chest, Alex knew he couldn't leave. He had come too far to turn back now. He made his way to the basement, where rumors said the Blackwells had conducted their rituals. The stone steps were steep and slick with moisture, each one taking him deeper into the cold embrace of the earth. The basement was cavernous, filled with the remnants of old furniture and rusted candelabras. In the center of the room was an altar, carved from the same black marble as the one described in Margaret's diary. Symbols were etched into its surface, glowing faintly in the dim light. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing his flashlight. Panic surged through him as the darkness swallowed him whole. He fumbled for the spare flashlight in his bag, hands shaking as whispers filled the air, louder now, almost chanting, "Awaken the past, awaken the past." Light flooded the room as he managed to switch on the flashlight. The whispers ceased, replaced by silence so profound it made his ears ring. The air felt charged, electric, as if the room itself was alive and watching him. A low growl echoed from the darkness, and Alex turned to see shadows moving, coalescing into shapes that took form, and stepped into the light. Figures in Victorian clothing, their faces gaunt and eyes filled with sorrow, surrounded him. One stepped forward, a man with sharp features and eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. "You seek the truth," the figure said, his voice deep and echoing. "But the truth carries a price." Alex's voice trembled as he spoke. "What happened here? What did the Blackwells do?" The man's expression darkened. They sought to bind time and death, to control what cannot be controlled. But their ambition consumed them. "We are trapped between worlds, bound to this place by their folly." The figures began to move closer. Their hands outstretched, shadows dancing across their translucent forms. Panic seized Alex as he backed away, but the man's eyes softened, and he nodded toward the altar. "Complete the ritual. Set us free." Alex approached the altar. The weight of the spirit's gaze pressing down on him. He pulled Margaret's diary from his bag, flipping to the final entry. The instructions for the ritual were there, scribbled in haste. His heart pounded as he read aloud, the ancient words filling the room and resonating in the walls. The symbols on the altar glowed brighter, and the room vibrated as the spirits around him chanted in unison. The temperature plummeted, and Alex's breath came in short gasps as the light grew, blinding. A wave of energy pulsed outward, knocking him to the ground. When he opened his eyes, the figures were gone, the whispers silenced. The room was still, the altar cracked and lifeless. The oppressive weight that had filled the menorahs was lifted, replaced by a calm that felt almost sacred. Alex staggered to his feet, the realization dawning on him he had done it. The spirits were free. As he made his way out of the manor and into the cool dawn, the first rays of sunlight bathed the forest in a golden glow. Ravenwood stood behind him, no longer a place of torment, but a resting ground for the lost souls he had released. Emily Reynolds was an historian known for her fascination with forgotten places, sites that held more secrets than the pages of history books could convey. Her latest interest was Blackthorn Chapel, an old church nestled deep in the woods, miles from the nearest village. It had been abandoned for over a century after a series of disappearances and strange occurrences left it branded as cursed. The locals whispered that the chapel's bells, long silent, would toll at midnight, heralding something far more sinister than a service. The journey to Blackthorn was arduous, the winding forest paths choked with gnarled roots and dense underbrush. As Emily trudged through the shadows of the towering oaks, the air grew colder. Carrying grew colder, carrying a metallic tang that clung to her nostrils. The late afternoon light filtered through the canopy in fractured beams, creating patterns on the forest floor that shifted like phantoms. When she finally reached the clearing, the sight of the chapel took her breath away. It stood tall and proud, its stone walls overrun with ivy and weathered by time. The arched windows, once filled with stained glass, were shattered, leaving jagged edges that framed the dark interior. The twin bell towers, the dark interior, loomed overhead, their shadows stretching out across the clearing like skeletal fingers. Emily hesitated, feeling a chill run down her spine. She shook off the unease and stepped forward, the crunch of dead leaves beneath her boots echoing in her, the silence pushing open the heavy wooden doors. She was met with the scent of damp stone and decay. Dust motes swirled in the beams of light that penetrated the broken roof, casting eerie patterns on the cold stone floor. She set up her camera and equipment, taking careful notes as she examined the altar. It was carved from black marble, etched with symbols that looked both religious and arcane. Her fingers traced one of the engravings, its lines deep and precise, as if carved in ravings. Its lines deep and precise, as if carved in anger or desperation. As she worked, a sudden sound broke the silence, a faint metallic chime that seemed to come from the bell towers above. Emily froze, heart hammering. The locals had warned her, begged her not to come, but she had dismissed their tales as superstitions born of isolation and fear. Now, standing in the hollow silence of the chapel, she wasn't so sure. Dusk fell quickly in the forest, and Emily was reluctant to leave the safety of her car parked miles away. She set up her sleeping bag in a corner of the nave, the stone walls cold against her back. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of the wind through the trees and the distant hoot of an owl. She glanced at her watch. 11:45 p.m. The air grew colder, biting through her jacket and sending shivers up her spine. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to ward off the chill, just as she began to drift off. The silence was shattered by a deep, resonant sound, the chapel bell. Emily's eyes snapped open, her heart pounding in her chest. The sound wasn't supposed to be possible. The bell had been rusted and broken for decades, yet it rang, clear and mournful, echoing through the forest like a lament. She sat up, the hair on her arms standing on end as the bell tolled again, this time louder. She reached for her flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness as she shone it toward the bell towers. The light caught movement, something shifting in the shadows. She squinted, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. A figure stood in the opening of the tower, cloaked in darkness, eyes glinting like wet stones in the moonlight. It watched her, unmoving, as the bell tolled a third time. Emily's breath came in shallow gasps, and she stumbled to her feet, the flashlight shaking in her hands. The figure raised an arm, pointing directly at her. The air seemed to crackle, a low, guttural whisper reaching her ears, though there was no one around to speak it. Leave now, or face the echoes. Emily didn't sleep that night. The bell's tolling stopped as suddenly as it had started, but the sense of being watched lingered. She sat by the altar, hugging her knees and listening to the forest settle back into its uneasy quiet. The whispers continued, soft and disjointed, as if spoken by many voices overlapping one another. When dawn broke, a weak light filtered through the broken windows, and she finally felt brave enough to venture into the bell towers. The spiral staircase was narrow and steep, the stones slick with moss. Each step felt like a challenge. The silence broken only by her ragged breathing and the creak of ancient wood. A tape shirt on the kaulu honestly of Sarah Zachary breathing and the creak of ancient wood. The top, she found the bell cracked and corroded, but not moving. It was impossible that it had rung, but as she examined it, she found something even more unsettling. Carved into the stone walls were names, dozens of them, etched deeply and deep. Frantically, the last name on the list made her blood run cold. Emily Reynolds. A sudden gust of wind swept through the tower, carrying with it the unmistakable sound of voices. They whispered her name, repeating it over and over. A chant that grew louder until it filled her mind. She stumbled backward, nearly losing her footing as a shadow moved across the wall. It was the same figure she had seen the night before, but this time it spoke with a voice that was both familiar and alien. Your story ends where theirs began. Determined to understand what was happening, Emily returned to the nave and began searching through the chapel's hidden nooks and crannies. Behind the altar, she found a small door, half hidden by collapsed remains of a stone statue. It led down to the crypts, a place where only the most important figures had been buried. The air grew colder with each step, and the whispers followed her, no longer disjointed, but forming words. She is here. She knows. The crypt was damp, the walls slick with moisture and covered in more of the arcane symbols she had seen on the altar. At the center stood a stone sarcophagus, its lid askew. The shadows seemed to deepen as she approached. Her flashlight flickering inside. There was no body, only a pile of papers, letters, diaries, all signed by the same hand. Father Aidan Blackthorne. He had written about the chapel's true purpose, not as a place of worship, but as a sanctuary for those seeking to harness the power of the beyond. The rituals had been meant to open a door between worlds, but something had gone horribly wrong. The final entry sent a shiver through her. We thought we were summoning salvation, but what came through was despair. The bell will toll until it claims its due. To silence it, a sacrifice must be made. The whispers reached a fever pitch as Emily read the words, the voices angry and desperate. The air in the crypt grew stifling, and the shadows seemed to move, forming the shape of the figure she had seen. It loomed over her, eyes glowing with a pale, unnatural light. You cannot leave, it whispered, the words resonating through the stone. You must complete what was begun. Emily's heart raced as she realized the truth. The chapel demanded a soul to silence the bell, to end the torment that echoed through time. Tears stung her eyes as she faced the figure, the cold settling deep into her bones. Let this place claim me, she said, her voice steady despite the fear. The figure's form shifted, the room vibrating as the final toll of the bell rang out. Emily screamed, the sound lost in the cacophony as light burst from the stone walls. Blinding and searing, the air crackled with energy, and then, just as suddenly, it was silent. When Emily opened her eyes, the crypt was empty, and the shadows were gone. The whispers had ceased, and the air felt lighter, as if the chapel itself had released a long-held breath. She stumbled up the stairs and out into the morning light. The forest no longer menacing, but serene. Blackthorn Chapel stood silent behind her, its curse lifted, but as she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that part of her had remained behind, an echo trapped in the stones. The invitation arrived in an unmarked envelope, left on the doorstep of Dr. Eleanor Hart, a renowned folklorist who specialized in the strange and unexplained. The note inside was written in an elegant but shaky script. Black Hollow beckons. The silence is no longer safe. Come before it's too late. Eleanor had heard of Black Hollow, a dense forest shrouded in mystery and fear. Generations of townsfolk told stories of strange disappearances and haunting whispers. Yet, despite the warnings, she felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the forest itself were calling her. The road to Black Hollow was a narrow strip of cracked pavement, swallowed by towering pines that blocked out the sky. As Eleanor drove deeper into the forest, an unnatural stillness settled over her. The usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves were absent, replaced by a silence that pressed against her ears. When she reached the clearing at the heart of the forest, the ruins of an old chapel stood before her. The stones were dark and weathered, covered in moss and tangled vines. She stepped out of her car, the crisp autumn air biting at her skin, and approached the entrance. Carved above the arched doorway were the words, "Within, when a strapper skyant, silence. We are bound." A shiver raced down her spine. The forest seemed to breathe around her, its shadows shifting as if alive. Taking a deep breath, Eleanor pushed open the heavy wooden doors. The scent of damp stone and decay washed over her as she stepped inside. The room was empty, save for a cracked stone altar in the center. She took out her flashlight and swept it across the walls, revealing faded murals depicting scenes of rituals and cloaked figures. In the flickering light, the figures seemed to move, their painted eyes following her every step. Suddenly, a sound shattered the silence, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls. Eleanor's heart raced as the hum grew louder, transforming into a chorus of whispers that filled the chapel. "Who disturbs the silence?" a voice echoed, deep and ancient. Eleanor swallowed hard, the beam of her flashlight shaking. "I am here to understand," she whispered. The whispers grew frenzied, overlapping in a cacophony that made her head spin. The air thickened, and the room seemed to tilt. She stumbled back, her vision blurring as a shadow detached itself from the far corner and moved toward her, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Eleanor's instincts screamed at her to run, but her feet were rooted to the spot. The shadow moved with a deliberate slowness, its glowing eyes locked onto hers. It seemed to drink in the fear that pulsed through her, feeding off the tension that hung thick in the air. The whispers around her coalesced into a single, unearthly voice. "You seek what should remain forgotten." The beam of her flashlight flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. Eleanor's breath came in short, panicked gasps as she fumbled for her spare flashlight, her fingers trembling when she managed to switch it on. The shadow was gone, leaving only the cold, suffocating silence. She took a step back, her foot hitting something solid. Looking down, she saw an ancient book lying at the foot of the altar, its leather cover cracked and worn. She knelt down, the flashlight casting a circle of light over the pages as she opened it. The text was written in Latin, interspersed with strange symbols and diagrams of rituals. A passage stood out, the words written in a bold, jagged script. "To break the silence, one must give voice to the lost." Eleanor's mind raced as she tried to piece together the meaning. The book felt heavy in her hands, as if it carried the weight of countless souls. A sudden gust of wind swept through the chapel, extinguishing her flashlight once more. This time, the darkness was absolute, and with it came a deep, resonant chant that filled the room. "Join us! Join us!" The voices surrounded her, close and suffocating. She staggered backward until her back hit the cold stone of the wall. The air grew colder, biting at her skin as the chanting intensified. Shapes began to form in the darkness, ghostly figures, their faces obscured by the hoods of their cloaks. They reached out, their hands skeletal and trembling. Just as the first hand touched her arm, the chanting stopped. Silence descended, sudden and crushing. The figures melted back into the shadows, leaving her alone in it, the dim light filtering through a cracked window. Eleanor sank to the floor, her body shaking as the echo of their whispers lingered in the corners of the room. As the first rays of dawn broke through the forest canopy, Eleanor forced herself to her feet. The book lay at her feet, its pages now open to another passage she hadn't seen before. "The voice that breaks the silence shall awaken the bound." The meaning was unclear, but it left her with a gnawing sense of urgency. She needed it, more information, more context. Packing the book into her bag, she stepped out of the chapel and into the clearing. Her mind raced as she made her way back to the town library. The building was old and dusty, filled with rows of ancient tomes and forgotten knowledge. Eleanor spent hours scouring texts, looking for any mention of rituals involving silence and the voice of the lost. Finally, she found an obscure reference in an old volume about local legends. The book described the ritual of the voiceless, a rite performed by the early settlers to bind restless spirits within the forest. It was said that the ritual involved a sacrifice of voice, given freely, to calm the shadows. Those who failed to complete it were consumed by the silence, lost to the darkness. Forever, a cold dread settled over her. It was a prison for souls trapped by the ancient ritual, and now, with her presence, she had disturbed the delicate balance that kept them bound. Suddenly, a whisper brushed against her ear, as clear as if someone were standing beside her. "Return, or we will come for you." Determined to put an end to the haunting, Eleanor returned to Black Hollow as the sun dipped below the horizon. The forest seemed more alive than ever, the trees creaking and swaying as if whispering warnings. The path to the chapel felt longer, the shadows deeper and more menacing. The chapel loomed ahead, dark and silent. She stepped inside, the cool air closing around her like a shroud. The book lay on the altar, as if waiting for her. She opened it to the marked page, her heart pounding as she read the instructions for the ritual aloud. To break the silence, a voice must be offered. Speak the truth of the bound, and the echoes will be set free. The room seemed to tighten around her, the air charged with energy. There, whispers returned, this time louder, filling the chapel with a cacophony of voices pleading, crying, demanding release. Eleanor's voice shook as she began to recite the names she had read in the town archives, the names of those who had disappeared into the forest and never returned. With each name, the whispers softened, replaced by a deep, mournful silence. The temperature dropped sharply, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a young woman, her eyes hollow and haunted. She reached out to Eleanor, her touch cold as frost. "Finish it," she whispered, her voice trembling, "before the silence consumes us all." Eleanor nodded, the weight of the task pressing down on her. The room pulsed with energy as she spoke the final words of the ritual. As Eleanor recited the last of the ritual's words, the air in the chapel shifted. The silence that had been oppressive and suffocating became alive with movement. A gust of wind surged through the room. A gust of wind surged through the room, swirling around the altar and whipping at her hair. The ghostly figures that had once reached for her now stood still, their hollow eyes watching intently. The young woman, whose touch had been like ice, began to speak.
We are the voices lost
to time, bound by silence and fear. You have heard our cries. Now, give us the truth. Eleanor's throat tightened as she realized what the spirits needed. They were trapped, unable to move on, because their stories had been silenced, erased by the ritual that bound them. She swallowed hard, the realization pressing heavily on her chest. I will tell your story, Eleanor promised, her voice trembling but resolute. You were not forgotten. Your suffering was unjust. And now, you are not forgotten. Your suffering was unjust. And now, you will be free. The young woman's face softened, and she took a step back, joining the others as their figures began to dissolve into the swirling mist. A light, soft and warm, began to spread from the altar, illuminating the chapel with a golden glow. The oppressive darkness that had clung to the corners of the room receded, replaced by a profound peace. The book in Eleanor's hands grew warm, the ancient text burning brightly before the letters faded into nothingness. She felt a lulled surge of energy course through her, and for a moment, the air was filled with a harmonious hum, the combined voices of the freed souls resonating in gratitude. The silence that followed was different this time. It was no longer suffocating. It was peaceful, like the forest had finally exhaled after holding its breath for centuries. Eleanor stood at the center of the chapel, the weight of what had just transpired settling over her. The whispers were gone, and in their place, the first were gone. Chirps of morning birds could be heard from outside. The room felt lighter, almost sacred, as if the spirits had left behind their blessing. She walked to the entrance, her legs unsteady, and stepped out into the clearing. The sun had begun to rise, casting its warm light through the trees and painting the forest floor with hues of gold and amber. The once menacing woods now seemed serene, almost welcoming. Turning back to look at the chapel, Eleanor noticed that the vines that had choked its stone walls had withered away, revealing the true beauty of the ancient structure. It stood as a testament to those who had been lost and now found peace. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips, bittersweet and weary. Eleanor felt a deep sense of closure, not just for the souls she had released, but for herself. She had come seeking answers, drawn by the pull of the unknown, and in doing so she had uncovered truths long buried. The forest, once feared, was now a place of rest and memory. The drive back to town was filled with quiet contemplation. Eleanor's mind replayed the events of the night, the whispers, the figures, and the final release of the trapped souls. The book, now blank and worn, sat in the passenger seat as a silent companion. It was no longer a tool of confinement, but a symbol of what had been achieved. When she reached her home, the town seemed unchanged, blissfully unaware of what had taken place in the heart of Black Hollow. But Eleanor knew that the story needed to be told, not as a tale of fear, but as one of remembrance and redemption. She sat at her desk, fingers poised over her typewriter. The first words came slowly, but soon they flowed with a rhythm born of truth. In the depths of Black Hollow, voices once silenced now sing. This is their story, and it is one we must never forget. As she typed, the morning sun rose higher, casting its light through the window and illuminating the room. The weight of the night lifted, replaced by a sense of purpose. The silence that had haunted her was gone, filled instead with the quiet hum of life returning to normal. And in the distance, deep within Black Hollow, the wind whispered, not with voices of torment, but with peace. It was an unusually warm autumn day when Sarah Mitchell received the invitation. A small envelope yellowed with age lay on her doorstep, addressed in elegant cursive handwriting. It was an invitation to the annual gathering of the Hollow Grove Society, a secretive group that met in the heart of the forest, where legends whispered of forgotten rituals and ancient spirits. Sarah had grown up hearing the stories of Hollow Grove, a dense expanse of trees that loomed at the edge of her small grove, a dense expanse of trees that loomed at the edge of her small town. Locals spoke in hushed tones about the eerie happenings within its depths, lost hikers, strange lights at night, and the chilling howls that echoed through the night air. Yet, as an aspiring journalist, the allure of uncovering the truth behind these tales was too great to resist. As she prepared for her journey, Sarah packed her essentials, a notebook, a camera, and a flashlight, determined to document everything. The sun began to dip below the horizon as she drove toward the edge of the forest, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. When she arrived at the designated meeting point, the clearing was shrouded in twilight. An ancient oak tree stood at the center, its branches twisting toward dark, the sky like gnarled fingers. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. A few figures were gathered around the oak, their faces obscured by shadow. "Welcome, Sarah," one of them said, stepping forward. It was Anne, older woman, her eyes glinting like stars against the darkening sky. "We've been expecting you." The other members nodded in agreement, their expressions unreadable. Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine, but quickly brushed it aside, eager to learn more about the society and the legends of Hollow Grove. As the gathering commenced, Sarah learned about the history of the Hollow Grove Society. Founded over a century ago, the group sought to honor the ancient spirits believed to protect the forest. The elders spoke of rituals performed under the full moon, invoking the blessings of nature and seeking guidance from the unseen. But as the evening wore on, the atmosphere shifted. The members spoke in hushed tones, glancing nervously toward the trees. "Tonight is special," the older woman announced, her voice trembling with emotion. "Tonight, we honor the spirits and seek their forgiveness for our transgressions." A chill crept through Sarah as she watched Thera. Members form a circle around the oak tree. Candles were lit, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the ground. She pulled out her camera, capturing the moment. The feeling of something otherworldly thick in the air. The ritual of something otherworldly thick in the air. The ritual began with chanting, low and melodic, the words ancient and foreign. The sound reverberated through the clearing, blending with the rustling leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. Sarah felt drawn into the moment, the rhythm of the chant resonating in her chest. As the chanting intensified, a gust of wind swept through the grove, extinguishing the candles. The darkness closed in, the members' faces barely visible. Panic washed over her, but she held her ground, capturing the moment on her camera. Then, something shifted in the air, a heavy presence that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. The chanting faltered, replaced by a low rumble that echoed through the trees. Shadows moved among the trunks, twisting and swirling like smoke, and Sarah's heart raced. She had read about such phenomena, but experiencing it was something entirely different. "Do you feel it?" a voice whispered beside her. It was one of the members, a young man with wide eyes. "They're angry. We must finish the ritual." The urgency in his voice propelled Sarah into action. She followed the group as they resumed the chanting, their red voices growing stronger, desperate to appease whatever had stirred in the darkness. But the shadows were restless, swirling closer, and a sense of dread filled the air. Just as the group reached the climax of their chant, a deafening crack rang through the grove. A tree branch snapped, and the earth trembled beneath their feet. Sarah stumbled, clutching her camera tightly, her heart racing as fear coursed through her veins. The shadows coalesced into a shape, a dark figure, towering and monstrous, emerging from the depths of the forest. It loomed over the clearing, its form shifting and undulating like smoke, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. "Fools!" it bellowed, its voice echoing with ancient rage. "You disturb my slumber!" The members of the society screamed and scattered, the ritual forgotten in the face of terror. Sarah stood frozen, her mind racing. This was not what she had signed up for. The tales of the forest had not prepared her for this raw, terrifying embodiment of their mistakes. "Leave this place!" she finally shouted, her voice trembling. "You don't have to do this!" The figure turned its gaze toward her, and she felt a pull, an overwhelming force drawing her closer. Memories of the town flooded her mind, the warnings, the stories of those who had vanished. She knew what this creature wanted. Vengeance. Too, what this creature wanted. Reclaim what had been taken from it. In that moment, she remembered the camera in her hand. "I will expose you," she declared, raising it defiantly. "I will tell your story." The figure hesitated, and in that fleeting moment, she clicked the shutter, capturing the essence of the darkness before her. The flash illuminated the grove, revealing the true nature of the shadow, a collection of faces twisted in pain and despair, remnants of those who had been lost to the forest. As the light faded, the figure recoiled, letting out a howl of fury that shook the trees. "You cannot contain what has been unleashed," it roared, before disappearing back into the depths of the woods. When dawn broke, the clearing was quiet once more, the remnants of the night's chaos scattered like fallen leaves. Sarah was left alone, the members of the Hollow Grove Society having fled into the forest. She felt hollow, the adrenaline of the night giving way to a heavy realization. She had survived, but the darkness of Blackthorn Chapel was far from gone. She turned to leave, but as she stepped over the threshold of the grove, she felt an unsettling tug at her heart. The spirits of the lost were still there, watching, waiting. The camera hung around her neck, a silent reminder of the horrors she had witnessed. Returning to her car, she drove away from the clearing, but the whispers followed her, lingering in the air like a faint echo. Days turned into weeks, but the sense of dread didn't fade. The images she captured haunted her dreams, the faces in the shadows pleading for release. Determined to understand what had happened, Sarah began to research the history of Blackthorn. She combed through archives, spoke to locals, and pieced together the story of the chapel and the souls it had trapped. Each discovery revealed the weight of the past, the injustices that had been committed, and the urgency of releasing the spirits from their torment with the knowledge she had gained. Sarah returned to the forest one last time, armed with her camera and the resolve to free the lost souls. She stood at the edge of the grove, the evening air thick with anticipation. She called out to the spirits, her voice steady. "I am here to listen. I want to help you find peace." The shadows began to gather, swirling around her as the temperature dropped. The dark figure emerged once more, but this time it was different. It was not just a monster. It was a collection of lost souls, their faces emerging from the darkness. "You cannot undo the past," it whispered, its voice softer now, filled with sorrow, "but you can honor it." Taking a deep breath, Sarah raised her camera and focused on the figure. "I will tell your story," she vowed. "I will make sure you are remembered." The figure hesitated, and in that moment, she pressed the shutter, capturing the essence of their plight. The flash illuminated the grove, and she felt the energy shift. The spirits swirled around her, their sorrow mixing with a sense of hope. As she lowered her dire camera, the figure began to dissolve into the mist, and the whispers transformed into a chorus of gratitude. "Thank you. Finally." Sarah watched as the shadows faded, the grove returning to its natural state, the air lighter, freer. The burden of the past had been lifted, and she knew the souls had found their peace. With a sense of closure, she walked back to her car, the weight of the world lifted from her shoulders. The forest was no longer a place of darkness. It was a sanctuary, a reminder of the stories that needed to be told and the spirits that needed to be honored. John Carter was a seasoned urban explorer, known for delving into the forgotten places of the world and unraveling their mysteries. But nothing had prepared him for Blackmore Asylum. Perched on a hill overlooking the dense woods of Hollow's End, the asylum had long been abandoned, its stone walls cracked and its history veiled in tragedy. Stories of vanished patients, unexplained deaths, and ghostly figures had kept most away. But not John. This was the story he had been waiting for, a tale that would chill even the most skeptical reader. The road leading to Blackmore was barely more than a dirt path, twisting and turning through dense trees that seemed to whisper secrets as the wind passed through their branches. The sky was all in nasty. The sky was a deep, foreboding gray, and the air carried the scent of rain and decay. John's car rumbled over potholes as he approached the rusted iron gates. A sign, half hanging by a single bolt, read, "Blackmore Asylum Est 1892. The gate creaked as he 1892. The gate creaked as he pushed it open, the sound echoing into the vast emptiness. The building loomed ahead, its facade dark and foreboding. Ivy had crept over the stone walls, clinging like veins, and broken windows stared back at him like empty eye sockets. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the place settle over him, heavy and suffocating. Inside, the air was colder, even compared to the chill outside. Dust and cobwebs covered everything, from the cracked marble floor to the chandelier that hung precariously above, its crystals dull with grime. The silence was thick, pressing down on him as he walked, the beam of his flashlight casting long, trembling shadows. John moved deeper into the asylum, passing old patient records. John moved deeper into the asylum, passing old patient records, wheelchairs with rusted wheels, and gurneys that seemed frozen in time. The deeper John ventured, the more palpable the air felt. Each step seemed to stir something unseen, a latent energy that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He entered what must have once been the common room. The remains of wooden chairs and tables lay scattered, and an old grand piano sat at the far end, its keys yellowed and silent. Suddenly, a noise broke the silence. A soft, echoing note played. On the piano, John's heart stopped, and his flashlight trembled as he pointed it toward the sound. The keys remained still, covered in a layer of dust so thick that it was impossible for anyone to have touched them. The note played again, clearer this time, and it was followed by a whisper that drifted through the room like smoke. "Why did you come?" John's breath caught in his throat. and he spun around, shining the light across the room. There was nothing but shadows and silence, yet the voice had been unmistakable. His instinct screamed at him to leave, but he was rooted to the spot, unable to move as the temperature plummeted. His breath came out in visible puffs, and the feeling of being watched intensified, suffocating him. The beam of his flashlight flickered, and for a moment, a figure stood at the edge of the light, a woman in a tattered hospital gown, her hair wild and eyes hollow. Then she was gone, as if she had never been there. John stumbled back, his pulse thundering in his ears. He had seen ghostly apparitions before, but this felt different, more tangible, more present. He needed answers, and he needed them now. Determined not to let fear overtake him, John pressed on, finding his way to the asylum's archives. The room was small and cluttered, filled with patient files, old photographs and medical records. The dust was so thick that it stirred into the air with every movement, making him cough. He rummaged through the papers, searching for anything that could explain the strange occurrences. One file stood out, Art Holloway, patient hash, 327. The name sent a chill through him. The file detailed her stay at Blackmore, marked by severe anxiety and visions that grew more disturbing by the day. The final entry read, November 13th, 1952, last seen in room 302, declared missing. Room 302. John glanced at the map of the asylum pinned to the wall, its paper edges brittle and yellowed. Room 302 was on the upper floor, a part of the building that looked unstable from the outside. The whispers began, again as if they knew where he was heading, growing louder and more insistent as he climbed the staircase, each step groaning under his weight. The hallway was colder than the rest of the building, and an oppressive silence filled the space. Room 302's door stood ajar, swaying slightly as though inviting him. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was empty except for an old bed frame and a broken chair, but on the wall, scrawled in a hand that shook with desperation, were the words, "They took her. They took us all." John's flashlight dimmed, and the whispers crescendoed into a scream. The door slammed shut behind him, and he spun around to see the woman from before standing in front of him. Closer now, her standing in front of him. Closer now, face twisted in agony. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice blending with the screams of countless others. John's body was frozen with terror, but he forced himself to move. The woman's figure flickered and faded, replaced by an unnatural silence. He lunged for the door, yanking it open and stumbling into the hallway. But the corridor was no longer the same. The walls seemed to shift, bending inward, as if trying to swallow him whole. The whispers returned. Now, surrounding him, voices overlapping in a cacophony of pain and pleading. "Release us. Find the truth. Help us." The air grew thick, almost unbreathable, as a dark figure emerged from the end of the hall. It was taller than any human, its body shadowy and undefined, eyes glowing like embers. It moved toward him with deliberate slowness, each step resonating through the floor. Panicking, John turned and ran, the floorboards groaning beneath him as he rushed down the stairs. He reached the main entrance only to find it sealed shut, the iron doors bolted with chains that hadn't been there before. Desperate, he spun around, eyes searching for any means of escape. Then he saw her again, Margaret. She stood in the center of the grand hall, her gaze no longer hollow but filled with determination. She pointed to the archives room, the only part of the building untouched by shadows. John sprinted toward it, the whispers following him like a tide. Inside, he searched frantically until he found it. A ledger marked with the asylum director's seal. It detailed forbidden experiments, rituals meant to harness the energy of the patient's fear. The final entry read, "The ritual failed. We are bound only. The willing sacrifice of the last can free us." The room seemed to spin as John processed the words. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, and Margaret appeared beside him, her hand reaching out, cold and insubstantial. "It has to be you," she said, her eyes pleading. "You are the last." The dark figure loomed in the doorway, its shadow stretching into the room, reaching for him. John closed his eyes, the ledger's words echoing in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he spoke the incantation scrawled at the bottom of the page, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. The room vibrated, the air charged with energy. Light exploded from the center of the hall, forcing the shadow back. The whispers turned into a wail, and then, as quickly as it had started, the noise ceased. When John opened his eyes, the figure was gone. The air was warm again, and the whispers had vanished. Margaret's form flickered, her expression one of peace as she whispered, "Thank you," before fading away. John stumbled outside as the first rays of dawn broke through the trees. Blackmore Asylum stood silent behind him, no longer a place of torment, but a relic of the past, finally at rest. Laura Simmons had always dreamed of a life away from the city's relentless noise and ceaseless rush. When she found the old Victorian house in Hollow Creek, nestled deep within the woods and far from the main road, she knew it was the peaceful retreat she had been searching for. The townspeople had warned her that the house came with stories old, chilling tales that no one could verify, but everyone seemed to know. Laura dismissed them as folklore, nothing more than stories meant to entertain on dark winter nights. The first few weeks were everything she had hoped for. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the crackling fire in her living room made her feel like she had stepped into another world. As autumn deepened and the days grew shorter, the house began to change. The silence that once comforted her became oppressive, and the shadows cast by the trees outside seemed to shift in ways they hadn't before. One night, Laura sat by the fire, a cup of tea in her hands and a thick blanket draped over her shoulders. She had just turned the page of her book when a knock echoed through the hall. It was a sharp, deliberate sound that cut through the silence like a knife. Her heart stopped for a moment, and she listened intently, hoping it was just the old wood settling in the cold. But then it came again. Knock, 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 knock. Laura set her cup down, the porcelain rattling against the saucer as her hand trembled. The thought nearest neighbor was miles away, and it was nearly midnight. Who could possibly be at her door at this hour? She stood, the floorboards creaking beneath her feet as she approached the front door. Through the peephole, all she saw was darkness. The porch light that had been working just that afternoon now flickered weakly before going out entirely. She stood, weakly before going out entirely, pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear anything beyond the thick wood. There was nothing but the wind, whispering through the trees and rustling the dry leaves on the ground. Taking a deep breath, she unlatched the door and opened it a crack. The cold night air rushed in, sharp and biting, but the porch was empty. The yard beyond, bathed in the pale glow of the moon, showed no signs of movement. "Hello?" she called out, her voice barely above a whisper. The only answer was the creaking of the branches and the sigh of the wind. She shivered and closed the door, turning the lock firmly as she stepped away. The sound of footsteps echoed on the porch, slow and heavy, pacing back and forth before fading into silence. Laura barely slept that night. Every creak and groan of the house made her heart race. When the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, she rose from bed, feeling as though she hadn't slept at all. Determined to prove to herself that she wasn't losing her mind, she decided to check outside for any signs of a visitor. The air was crisp and cold as she stepped onto the porch. The morning light revealed a thin layer of frost that sparkled like glass shards, crunching under her boots. At first, everything seemed normal. The leaves were scattered across the yard, and the woods stood tall and silent in the distance. But then she saw them, footprints in the frost, large and deep, leading from the edge of the woods to her porch and back again. Her breath caught in her throat as she traced the prints with her eyes. They weren't like any she'd seen before, too big for a person, and shaped in a way that made her stomach twist. Panic bubbled up inside her, but she forced it down, telling herself it was just an animal. Yet the memory of the knocking and the footsteps on her porch made that explanation feel hollow. As the day wore on, Laura's unease only grew. The townspeople's whispered warnings played on a loop in her mind. Old tales of shadowy figures and ghostly visitors that came when the nights were long and the air was cold. She tried to shake it off, focusing on her chores and the mundane tasks that kept her busy. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in deep purples and blues, the familiar sense of dread returned. That night, as Laura lay in bed, the sound came again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, it was followed by a voice soft, almost mournful. Laura, she sat up, her pulse racing as she strained to listen. The voice came again, closer, as if it were just outside her window. Laura? She swallowed hard. Fear, she swallowed hard. Fear rooting her in place. For a moment, she considered running outside, confronting whoever or whatever was taunting her. But when she gathered the courage to move, she found herself frozen by the sight of a shadow crossing the window pane. It was tall and thin, moving with an unnatural grace, and it lingered for a moment before disappearing into the darkness. The next morning, Laura's resolve hardened. She couldn't continue living in fear. She drove into town and found herself at the local historical society, a small building filled with dusty records and the scent of old paper. An elderly woman named Mrs. Carter greeted her with a kind but knowing smile. "Looking for something specific, dear?" "Dear, Mrs." Carter's voice was gentle but sharp, as if she already knew why Laura was there. Laura hesitated before answering, her voice barely steady. "I need to know about the house on Willow Lane, the old Victorian at the edge of the woods," Mrs. said. Carter's expression darkened, and she glanced around as if to ensure they were alone. That house belonged to the Ashworth family. Long ago, they kept to themselves, rarely came to town, but there were stories, whispers of strange occurrences, visitors in the night. It's said that when the last of the family vanished without a trace, the house became restless. Laura's throat tightened. Restless. How? The older woman leaned in, her eyes glistening with the weight of memory. "They say the house calls out to those who live there, especially when the nights are cold and the wind carries the voices of the past." That night, Laura prepared herself. She placed a lantern by the window and sat in the armchair, a blanket wrapped tightly around her as she waited. Midnight came, and with it, the knock this time. She didn't flinch. The voice followed, soft and pleading. "Laura, please." Summoning her courage, she stood and approached the door, placing her hand on the handle but not opening it. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The wind outside seemed to still, and the voice responded, clearer now. "Leave, before it's too late." Her heart pounded as she stepped back. Just then, a shadow passed by the window, larger and more menacing than before. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if studying her. And then it stopped, eyes like embers meeting hers through the glass. Laura backed away, tears stinging her eyes. She turned and grabbed her keys, the whispers growing louder, more urgent. "Leave, Laura, now." Without looking back, she fled the house, the wind howling behind her as if in protest. The last thing she heard before the car engine roared to life was the soft, mournful whisper of the voice that had haunted her nights. "Thank you." As she shimmy drove away, the house stood silent, the shadows receding into the dark corners, waiting for the next visitor who would dare to stay. David Larson had always been fascinated by forgotten places. As a journalist, he sought out stories that lurked in the corners of history, the tales people whispered about but rarely dared to tell. When he heard about Black Hollow Estate, a decrepit mansion surrounded by rumors of hauntings and strange disappearances, he knew he had to see it for himself. The estate was a 2-hour drive from the nearest town, hidden within a forest of towering pines that cast long, finger-like shadows. The road twisted and turned, narrowing with each mile until it was little more than a dirt path, choked by overgrown branches. By the time David reached the iron gates of the estate, the sun was dipping behind the trees, painting the skies with hues of crimson and violet. The gates creaked as he pushed them open, the sound echoing into the silent forest. The house loomed before him, its stone walls dark and cracked, ivy crawling over its surface like veins. Windows, broken and short, covered in grime, stared out like empty eyes. A shiver ran down his spine, but he pushed it aside and stepped onto the path leading to the front door. Inside, the air was cold and heavy with the scent of decay. Dust coated every surface, and cobwebs draped from the chandelier that hung above the grand foyer. The silence was almost deafening, pressing down on him as he moved through the rooms. Family portraits lined the walls, their eyes seeming to follow him, their expressions a mix of solemnity and accusation. David's flashlight illuminated the library, a room that felt different from the others. The air was colder, and the shadows seemed to shift as he moved. An old leather-bound book lay open on a desk, its pages filled with handwritten notes and sketches of symbols he didn't recognize. He reached out to touch it, and as his fingers brushed the page, a sudden sound shattered the silence, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from the hallway. He froze, heart tart and rapiers, being expected, hoidig, and captured dropping coming. But go away? He froze, heart pounding, listening intently. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the hall. David stepped out of the library, the beam of his flashlight trembling as it cut through the dark. The hallway was empty, but the tapping continued, leading him down the corridor and toward a staircase that spiraled down into the basement. Each step creaked under his weight, the air growing colder as he descended. The basement was dimly lit, the stone walls slick with moisture. An old table stood in the center of the room, and on it, a single candle flickered, despite the lack of a breeze. Carved into the wood were more of the strange symbols he'd seen in the book upstairs. A whisper drifted through the room, soft and mournful. "You shouldn't have come here." David spun around, the light from his flashlight darting across the walls. The shadows seemed to shift and writhe, as if alive. The tapping resumed, louder now, coming from within the walls. His breath quickened, and he backed away from the table, feeling a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, the candle extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. An icy touch brushed against his arm, and he gasped. Stumbling backward, the light from his flashlight flickered, casting erratic beams that illuminated faces pale, hollow-eyed, pressed against the inside of the walls, their mouths open in silent screams. David bolted up the stairs, the tapping now a cacophony behind him. He reached the top and slammed the basement door shut, the noise ceasing instantly. The silence that followed was oppressive, broken only by the sound of his ragged breathing. The words from the book echoed in his mind. "Only the last can set us free." David's pulse thudded in his ears as he leaned against the basement door, trying to catch his breath. The silence of the house pressed in on him, almost suffocating. He could still feel the icy touch on his arm, a reminder that he was no longer alone in the old manor. The whispers, the faces in the walls, and the rhythmic tapping had left him shaken, but they also fueled his determination. The house was alive with secrets, and he needed to know why. Gathering his courage, David walked back to the library. The open book on the desk now seemed more ominous, its pages turned to another entry, as if inviting him to read further. The handwriting was jagged, growing more erratic as the passage went on. "The spirits are non, bound by blood, trapped by the sins of our lineage. Only the last descendant can release them, but at great peril they whisper to me at night, their sorrow suffocating, their anger growing." The words chilled him to the bone. Filled him to the bone. He traced the edge of the book with trembling fingers, piecing together the fragmented history of the estate. The Larson family, his family, had long been plagued by dark rituals and an obsession with immortality. Generations ago, an ancestor named Elias Larson had attempted a ritual to bind spirits for power, but something had gone horribly wrong, trapping the souls of those involved within the manor. Unable to find peace, David's flashlight cast long, wavering shadows across the library as he took in the realization. The stories of disappearances and hauntings weren't just tales to scare children. They were echoes of a terrible truth. And now, as the last Larson, the weight of that truth fell on him. Suddenly, a loud bang fell on him through the house, snapping him from his thoughts. It came from the upper floor. He hesitated for a moment, every nerve screaming at him to flee, but he pushed forward, driven by a strange compulsion. If he was the last, it was up to him to face whatever lay ahead. The stairs groaned under his weight as he ascended. The hallway was colder now, the temperature dropping with each step. The portraits on the walls seemed to shift, their eyes no longer passive but filled with a silent plea. The tapping started again, slow and deliberate, leading him to a door at the end of the hall, his great-grandfather Elias' study. The door creaked open, revealing a room frozen in time. Dust covered the furniture, and papers lay scattered across the desk. In the center of the room, an old phonograph stood, its needle resting on a silent record. Without warning, it crackled to life, and a voice filled the room, deep and resonant. "Blood binds, and blood frees. The sins of the father are the curse of the son." David shuddered as the voice faded, replaced by whispers that seemed to seep from the very walls. He stepped toward the desk, eyes scanning the papers until he found a sheet marked with symbols similar to those carved in the basement. Instructions for a ritual one to end the curse and set the spirits free. But there was a price. The ritual required the blood of the last Larson. Willingly given, David's heart pounded as he realized what that meant. He glanced around the room, feeling the weight of generations watching him, urging him to act. A sudden chill swept through the room, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic. The air thickened, and he felt a presence behind him. Turning slowly, he came face to face with a translucent figure, Elias Larson. His great-grandfather's eyes were hollow, his expression a mix of regret and desperation. "You have to end it," the specter whispered, his voice like a breath of raw wind, "or we will all be lost." David swallowed hard, the reality of his situation settling over him like a heavy shroud. The choice was clear. Either he completed the ritual and risked his life, or he would join the trapped souls within the house. With a trembling hand, he took the paper and made his way back to the grand hall, the whispers following him like a mournful chorus. David stood in the grand hall, the flickering beam of his flashlight casting shadows that seemed to dance across the cracked walls. The symbols from Elias Larson's notes were etched into his mind, their meaning clear and horrifying. He laid the paper on a dusty table and arranged the necessary items: an old dagger with a tarnished silver blade, a bowl for collecting the blood, and the journal that detailed the final steps of the ritual. The room grew colder, and a low hum filled the air. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. The faces in the portraits seemed more lifelike, their eyes filled with a mix of hope and dread. The tapping returned, softer now, almost hesitant, as though urging him forward. David's hands trembled as he took the dagger. The blade felt unnaturally cold, the metal biting into his skin even before it touched him. He placed the bowl on the floor, in the center of the room, and stood over it, the symbols from the notes etched in chalk around it. With a deep breath, he made a shallow cut on his palm, watching as the blood dripped into the bowl. The air in the room shifted, the whispers silencing as if listening. He began reciting the incantation from the journal, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The words were strange, their meaning lost souls. Time, but they resonated with power, vibrating through his very bones as he spoke. The temperature dropped further, and a sudden gust of wind extinguished the few remaining candles. Darkness enveloped the room, but David continued, his voice unwavering despite the fear that gripped him. The ground beneath him seemed to pulse, and the portraits on the walls began to change faces, contorting, mouths opening in silent cries of release. A shadow moved at the edge of his vision, and then another, until the room was filled with spectral figures. They were his ancestors, their ghostly forms flickering in and out of sight. Leading them was Elias Larson, his expression one of solemn resolve. "It is almost done," Elias's voice whispered, though his lips did not move. "Complete the rite." David's vision blurred as the energy in the room built to a crescendo, the weight of centuries pressing down on him. The blood in the bowl began to glow, casting a red light that illuminated the entire room. The whispers rose again, louder, more urgent, as if all the trapped souls were speaking at once. "Set us free." The pressure became unbearable, and David dropped to his knees, the last words of the incantation escaping his lips as a shout. The room exploded in a burst of light, blinding him and sending him sprawling backward. He felt a cold hand on his shoulder, steadying him, and then a warmth that spread through his body and filled the area around him. When the light faded, the room was silent. The portraits on the walls were still, their faces now serene, free of the anguish that had haunted them. The ghostly figures were gone, their presence replaced by a profound sense of peace. The tapping, the whispers, the suffocating cold, all had disappeared. David sat on the floor, breathing heavily, the weight of the house finally lifting. He glanced at the bowl. The blood had evaporated, leaving behind nothing but a faint, silvery residue. The dagger lay beside it, now dull and lifeless. He looked around, the realization sinking in. The curse had been broken, the souls freed. The house, once alive with sorrow and shadows, was now just a house, a shell of what it once was. As he stood up, a gentle breeze moved through the room, carrying with it a soft, distant voice. "Thank you." A smile crossed David's lips. Bittersweet and weary, he gathered his belongings, casting one last glance at the artillery portraits that had watched over him. Now peaceful and at rest, the estate was no longer a prison. It was a monument to a family that had finally found redemption. He stepped out of the manor and into the first light of dawn. The forest around him, alive with the sounds of morning. Black Hollow had been a place of darkness, but now it was a place of peace. And as he walked away, he felt a strange sense of closure, knowing that the shadows that had once haunted the halls would never return.